a great admirer of the impeccable credibility, professionalism, and business savviness of BusinessDay. If you really mean business in Nigeria, start your day with BusinessDay.
BusinessDay is West Africa's leading provider of business intelligence and information, delivering premium content across diversified media platforms, including online, mobile, and print. Since its inception in 2001 with a weekly newspaper production, BusinessDay has expanded its reach to provide exclusive content accessible through print, mobile, and online channels. Our premium offerings are further enriched with syndicated content from esteemed sources like the Financial Times, The Economist, and the Harvard Business Review. At BusinessDay, our mission is clear: to be the foremost provider of business and financial content, empowering readers to make informed decisions in Nigeria and Africa. Since our establishment, we have been committed to delivering insightful, relevant, and accurate information about Nigeria's business and finance environment, while contextualizing the impact of global events. We monitor the stock market, analyze the companies driving it, and report on government policies and their economic implications.
For being consistent in organizing these CEO forums for almost the last 14 years, I think this was a commendation, and I think something that will encourage them to continue.
From decoding market trends to dissecting economic shifts, we offer actionable investment ideas and serve as a compass for decision-makers navigating complexity. Beyond headlines, BusinessDay fosters discussions on critical economic issues through impactful conferences and events. These platforms bring industry leaders together to share narratives that drive innovation and spark meaningful dialogues. Our events galvanize connections, bridging the gap between inspiration and achievement. For businesses seeking visibility, our strong digital presence offers unparalleled opportunities, with millions of followers across social media and a dynamic website attracting visitors from within and outside Nigeria. BusinessDay is the ideal platform to boost visibility for your products and services. If you're looking for in-depth analysis and expert opinions on Nigeria and Africa's business landscape, BusinessDay is your guide.
Attention business leaders, want to make informed decisions? Join the ranks of the best with Premium BusinessDay. Access in-depth analysis and expert opinions to stay ahead. Subscribe now at premium.businessday.ng and unlock premium content. Plus, you get 50% off your first subscription. Don't miss out. Make smarter choices and seize new opportunities. Sign up now and elevate your business game. Visit premium.businessday.ng today.
Good morning and welcome to the BDTV Breakfast Show. I am Bethel Obajabi.
My name is Elizabeth Musa.
And this is the social listening segment on the BDTV Breakfast Show.
We're talking about the Fly Nigeria Act. Can you give us a background into what this is about?
We are here today on the streets of Lagos, Nigeria, to gather opinion about a pressing issue.
I go look at the cost of petrol. We get everyone in Nigeria with a suffer.
The income is not really increasing, but the prices of items are increased.
Nothing like service again. No. You only pray for that money to reach you that month.
There's a lot of high pressure, a lot of stress. There's a lot of high targets to be met.
I was quite strict. In my mind, I said, looking for my hand, my picking go spoil.
To allow all banks
and all the players in the space.
15% inflation target achievable in 2025.
The command and vision philosophy of both the Chief of Defense Staff, the Chief of Army Staff, and indeed all the service chiefs.
Information is everywhere, but insights, that is rare. BusinessDay Premium gives you analysis, data, and context that keep you ahead. BusinessDay Premium. Read deeper, decide smarter.
They say money never sleeps. Wake up to clarity, insights, and the stories driving business in Nigeria and beyond.
From the heartbeat of small and medium enterprises to the pulse of national economic policy, this is where business meets perspective. With expert guests, real-time analysis, and stories that matter to you, we go beyond headlines to bring you the full picture.
Join us every morning as we break down the numbers, decode the policies, and spotlight the people shaping our economy. This is Business Money.
We are not just showing off businesses, but telling the stories behind them. The hustle, the art, the orders, and the wins.
Startup Spotlight, showing every Monday on Business Day television.
Welcome to the Triumph Against Odd podcast.
Most people go through their lives without knowing what their superpower is, right? But if you're lucky enough and determined enough to find your superpower before you get to a certain stage of your life, you will be incredibly successful.
Look, the first thing is you just decide not to look at the challenges, because if you do, it's going to end you.
The closest thing I think is that I had a deeply military background, which is a bit of a never say die background.
I saw an opportunity in non-interest banking, and I felt that the demand was there. There was pent-up demand for it. People were yearning for it, and I felt that if we did it properly, if we brought in professionalism into it, and if we brought in our experiences, our various experiences from various backgrounds into it, that it could succeed.
Very few people do that because very few people explore their superpowers. They just explore bread and butter issues. I need to eat, and
Yes, there will be challenges. This is a very difficult business environment. The government keeps working on how to make business easier.
The first problem to overcome is really just starting, right? We thought about this idea for over 2 years before we even took the first step.
You cannot ignore this country. No, and to be from here, I think is an incredible privilege. Nigeria will be ascendant in my lifetime.
This is Business Week, a weekly program brought to you by Business Day Television.
For many years, we've talked about the need to, essentially diversify our revenue stream away from, the huge dependence on oil revenues. It looks like that is happening now. So that means that we're better protected when, you have these wide fluctuations in oil prices and all of that. So
But as you say, and I agree, that we should commend the government. At least revenues are not falling. There have been times in the past when we recorded drops in revenue. That's not the case today. We're seeing revenues actually going up.
Increasingly, we can see the developed countries focusing on renewable energy and so on and so forth, which means that in the long run, we must look for alternative sources to funding.
So the government says that crude oil theft has essentially come to an end.
We need to do more to ensure that we totally eliminate crude oil theft and start to think of how to boost production. But it's a good first step. I mean, by eliminating crude oil theft, it also creates an incentive for international oil companies to probably return and, you know, start to take up more projects in the upstream industries.
Stay ahead with Business Day Mobile, your gateway to Nigeria's most trusted business news, market insights, and expert analysis. With a Business Day Mobile app, you enjoy more than just news. You gain a seamless, intuitive platform designed to keep you informed and empowered. From exclusive articles to in-depth market trends, the app delivers the stories that matter most. Why Business Day Mobile? For premium access, for a clean, responsive design, for smarter navigation, for customizable alarm, and for all-in-one business hub. Whether you're a business leader, investor, policymaker, or enthusiast, Business Day Mobile brings you closer to the insights shaping Nigeria's business landscape. Download today and put authoritative business journalism right at your fingertips, anytime, anywhere.
Meet Monica, your all-in-one financial solution. Convert crypto to Naira at juicy rates anytime, anywhere. Enjoy fast withdrawals straight to your bank. Buy airtime, data, and pay bills in seconds. No stress, no delays. Just seamless transactions. Monica, the smarter way to move your money. Download now.
Okay now, dependable insurance. After God, like the next insurance. See as the boys the Allah. All the ladies the Allah. Ensure your car protection from accidents. Unforeseen loss, you can see them. Mistakes are meant to happen. If you don't jam the car, they'll jam yours. Will you beat them? Ah yes, you will get them arrested. Your plans for that day is affected. You waste your money, you waste energy. With AXA, you can be protected.
Get the protection that pays today. Call 0700 AXA Mansa to get a motor insurance that pays.
At Stanbic IBTC, we are here to help you grow with financing that helps you expand, expert knowledge across 20 African markets, trade solutions that open doors to 195 countries globally, and an online banking platform that works hard, because with us, there's possible, then there's more. Visit www.stanbicibtcbank.com/business for more. Stanbic IBTC.
True strength. What defines it? The brilliance of a player? Or when a team comes together to win? A solo beat? Or the rhythm of many? The flair of one dancer? Or the art of a troupe? One distinct voice, or the beauty of the symphony. At FCMB Group, we build ecosystems, empower communities, and create the future. Because we believe it's not just one, but the power of the group that delivers the future we all desire. FCMB, the power of the group.
You are watching Business Day Television.
Good morning, Nigeria. Welcome to the Business Day Breakfast Show. This is a beautiful Tuesday morning, and we have enough packed to keep you going. Thank you for joining us. My name is Elizabeth Musa.
I'm Onyeka Valentine.
And I'm Destiny Momo.
I'm ready to get you going today. It's going to be a very lovely show today. We have a lot packed from the news headlines. Of course, then we'll see what we have on the Business Day, Business Morning, and then we'll see what we have on the big story. And of course, we'll check out what we have on the front pages of the headlines today. We'll check out what we have on Business Day papers, the Guardian, of course, the Punch, just across the spread of the papers. Festivities in the air, so much excitement. The traffic in Lagos. Homecoming, people are coming back for the Dirty December celebrations. I like to call it Clean December, but we know what we mean when we say Dirty December. Yeah. And then we're seeing people coming back, our old friends, coming back. The excitement is in the air. The event, all of the events that make December what it is, have started. There's every day, unless you don't have money, or unless you don't want to celebrate, or you just want to keep it light, that's where you say that it's boring, especially in Lagos. There's a lot of things happening. And then in Calabar also, we see the carnival started. It's a whole 31 days of celebration. Lots of people are they're out there. We have a colleague who's also there at the moment. So there is celebration. Patience is there. There's celebration every single day. I think Calabar understands how to
celebrate the season.
Yes, I think that should even actually have been where we'll be having like the actual Dirty December, beyond that, bringing everybody together for free. Lagos, there are lots of activities for them.
The Calabar Festival
it has to go global. It has to go global because people are the outfits and everything.
Yes, it's just like when we hear about the ones they do in the Western
world, in Trinidad and Tobago, Jamaica.
It's coming home, and we're really feeling it because we're seeing the impact, and people are always looking forward to it. You see a lot of tourist attraction happening there, and you just want to be a part of it.
True. I will tell you without a doubt. Look, when it comes to tourism potential, and everything has to do with travel, culture, and every other, entertainment angle. Back in the days, we used to see Calabar as the go-to place. Although, at some point, some would say it's there declining. As soon as Donald Duke, who used to call the Prince of Culture and tourism, it's coming at that time. Someone else had to move into that seat.
Wow.
Ever since, the dynamics changed, the trajectory changed. But the thing is, why should it have changed? Isn't government supposed to be in continuum? If they understood, they understood that, look, Tinapa, for instance, was the go-to place.
I wish Tinapa came alive. Because I don't think
it came alive for a bit. I said in Calabar, and when I was serving there, I did go there for the water park. It was still very very active. I went to Obudu as well, but I think the problem that Calabar had was mismanagement. That's always what happens when the wrong people,
I've always admired that city, as a matter of fact, because
beautiful city.
Way back when I just went to visit, like I just was this student that just like doing tourism around universities, as a matter of fact. So I visited Unical, and I like the fact that the state was very clean,
and the trees.
Yes, that there was a fine to pay if you even as much as drop. Yes, if you anywhere. So you don't even try it from, the discipline was already there. And I want to give it to Donald Duke. He actually did. I don't know if he's the governor that started the whole neatness, thing, but or the whole sanitation thing, but he did.
But they also have lots of things going for them. The weather is also good. The weather is very great. The hilly nature. Exactly. And I think it's one of the biggest states as well. Their food, when you said their food, when I remember the white soup, the Edikan Kong, all of those food, the food keeps you really healthy. I remember when I was serving there, I never wanted to come back. It was my sister, but if she's listening, because she said to me, oh, you're going to get so relaxed and you don't want to, at this age, you don't want to. Yes. And I'm like, why does life have to be about hustle? Like, I'm back in Lagos now, I'm hustling. Okay, what's one then? Oh, it was beautiful.
I think for what it's worth, we should one day invite Donald, I almost say Donald Trump to come to the studio, and come tell us, look, how was he able to make it work? I mean, Calabar Carnival then was a go-to place.
Yes. He started it right.
Yes. At that time,
the governor with a focus.
People would save money, right, aiming for Calabar Carnival, right? And then the good thing was all the superstars that come from different parts of the world will land in Lagos, but end up crescendo will be.
And you even started a pageant like Mrs. Nigeria, not Miss now. Mrs. You started a pageant.
That's for the married.
Yeah.
Which is inclusion.
Exactly.
Inclusion. You could have been, you could have been one of our representatives. Would have pushed him. But Calabar is such a beautiful place, and even if it's not as it used to be, I still think it's a place where people can look forward to going to celebrate.
What do you think is going to be our go-to place for those who are the lovers of tourism? Even though we have issue of insecurity now, lovers of tourism and travel this year.
This year, it's still Lagos. It's Lagos.
You sure?
Yeah, it's Lagos. It's Lagos. People are already, and I think Lagos also because of
Calabar.
No, not Calabar. Unfortunately, not Calabar.
We're hoping. I feel like the Calabar,
we're hoping that Calabar
can
can
a lot of people
gain their
a lot of
confidence.
people would have loved to go to Calabar. But have you heard of the hike in aviation price? A lot of people do not want to travel by road because we all know that there are some form of reported insecurities, and I, for one, will not leave the shores of Lagos.
And let me tell you, funny story. Yeah. I had 3 nights free stay at Obudu Ranch Resort.
Oh, wow.
Yes, this period. So I wanted to go like just the 3 nights. So the flight wasn't covered.
Yeah.
So then I wanted to pay for flight, and then I'm seeing the flight fares. I'm seeing 700 and something. This one.
And you
is about
traveling
$1 million.
abroad.
So I sit back, and then myself and my sister review because I really wanted to just take advantage of the opportunity. Then I reviewed how much is it per night. To I'm not demarcating on anything, but I'm just saying, because of the insecurity, usually I should be able to. Road trips are nice, you driving on the road, you're taking in the environment and everything. But because of insecurity, that wasn't going to be an option. But the flight fares were over the roof. When you add 1 or 2 to it, you go to Ghana.
Exactly.
And then you get an extra stamp. You go. So it wasn't just adding up. So these are the problems that we're having, because we have a place where we can explore. We have Kano State as well. Kano State is going to be bustling this. You're asking that, where do we think? So there's a new song, I'm sure we've seen, the Ojiaba song. There's a new song that they say is our December anthem. So I don't want to say Kakashe Kaka. So that's like the new song of this December. And like everyone is like, December is
talking about this whole happy moment. Just makes me to drift a little bit apart. I'm sorry to bring this in a little, but this is actually the eve of, I don't know if you heard about the Sosoliso crash that happened 20 years ago, that we lost Bibo Odukoya,
the sole survivor. I remember.
Yes, Kachi or something. She's 36 years old. She's 36 years old now, and that happened when she was 20 years old. And thank God that she survived, and she did not just survive. She's
thriving.
She's thriving. Imagine she went to the Nigerian Idol. American Idol.
Even with the bomb,
American Idol, and she was noticed. Like, now the scars are still there 20 years after, but our heart goes out to the parents that actually lost their loved ones. And I remember the parents that lost 3 children. They lost 3 of their children, and that they became childless at the end of the day.
What you're doing now is they open old wounds, because I lost a friend in that car crash.
That plane crash.
Yes. It was in Port Harcourt.
Yes, it happened in Port Harcourt. And there was no water. There was no water to save the day. There was no water. Even the fire service that came had no water. There was no water, and there was no lights.
We just hope things like that, unfortunate things like that, don't happen again. But let's see what we have on the headlines this morning.
Sure.
Federal government bans cash payments to MDAs, orders installation of POS terminals. Nigeria's FX reserves climbs to its highest since 2019. Northern Nigeria faces critical shortage of doctors as insecurity persists. Benin say Nigerian airstrikes helped foil coup attempt. Now, those are some of the headlines we have this morning. Of course, I don't know if we should touch on any of those headlines real quick.
I think for what it is, how do we live impending doom in your house and go to tackle another one outside your house?
Who does that?
Who does that, really? I mean, it's just strange to find out, wait a minute, we can actually get real life coordinates of people assembling or armed groups or maybe a full military assembling a particular area, and then before you could say flip of a finger, right, we could actually go there, carry out bombardment and come back successfully. No one shooting them down. Or like we used to hear in the past, Boko Haram will shoot down our helicopters and all that stuff. They went out and we went out there successful and they came back successfully. So if that be the case, can we apply such energy to not just crushing Boko Haram, but also crushing and defeating and erasing Boko Haram so they never regroup again? So this is why I say, look, moving forward, there are going to be brighter days. Now we have a new defense minister,
Christopher Musa.
However, I don't really know what partnership we have with Benin Republic that will make us move swiftly, right?
To tackle whatever it is.
It's because they are afraid that they pay us money to give electricity. If at all we do that, I don't know, because I know we give some neighboring countries electricity. So if there's a change of government, is it possible that that money, right, will not come to Nigeria any longer? So there are a lot of partnerships that Nigeria could have seen. Wait a minute, if we don't go and salvage this thing right now, we're going to lose billions. So
maybe the interest would have come into play there. Who knows? And maybe because we are the giant of Africa and we wanted to, but then again, is it because is Benin Republic that close to Nigeria?
I would say share border.
All right.
Share border with them.
Okay.
But I think also I was really hoping that you say this, which is for France, that is Emmanuel Macron, right?
Yeah.
Kind of dancing with playing his own games with our government too, right? And for what is worth, we said it yesterday.
Corridor, so
exactly, we said it yesterday that all of a sudden, almighty France wants Nigeria to do their biddings for them.
Yeah, that's a story for another day. But on the good side of the headlines this morning, when I did see that Nigeria's FX reserve has climbed to its highest since 2019, and some of the indicators for that, I would say, will be, we'll definitely see more of that in the newspaper. So let's not go into that. But it's good to see that we've seen our FX reserves has climbed to its highest since 2019. But that's a long time. But yeah, it's finally happened. But on the flip side, still on insecurity, we're seeing that northern Nigeria is facing critical shortage of doctors in light of insecurity, which continues. Boko Haram, we were talking about it yesterday. Boko Haram, it's almost 20 years now. We're wondering what's going on. Like, why will terrorism persist in a country for this long? A country that has security, a country that has leadership.
Former president of Nigeria, of course, former president Olusegun Obasanjo said, look, that why will fighting insurgency last longer than even our civil war? Civil was what, 3 to 4 years?
Yeah, exactly.
3 to 4 years in space.
That's a great point.
But you're talking about we fighting Boko Haram and insurgency and all that stuff. And look as if the more when we defeat and then we claim back territory, they go back and they regroup again. We have to see that look, there's some international support somewhere. Can we cut the head of the snake off? Can we identify who are these international supporters? Look, I know it to be difficult, but if I was the defense minister, I would start with this word saying, look, what I'm about to say will hurt some international people, but let you be told, you who and who that is sponsoring Boko Haram, this is who you are. We know you now. Stop doing this. Call them by name. Stop supporting and sponsoring Boko Haram. It will mean that maybe some of our partnership with these countries will be, will be halted. But even at that, let it be that it will be in the long-term interest of Nigeria. Once they do that, the world begins to know who are the people supporting this, who are the people bringing out money. You know what he said when he was CDS?
What did he say?
Right? He said, look, that when they defeat and capture these Boko Haram members, they found a lot of hard currencies, different denominations with them. I wondered, why would someone who is supposed to be like a bandit or terrorist in that remote
why
area,
would they have all of that in his custody?
Exactly, have huge bags of hard currency. Which bank did you go to withdraw such money? No bank will give it to you. There are always withdrawal limits.
I mean, it's quite telling if you ask me. But we'll take a quick break and we'll be right back to see what we have on the front page of the papers this morning on the Business Day Breakfast Show. Do stay with us.
Information is everywhere, but insights, that is rare. Business Day Premium gives you analysis, data, and context that keep you ahead. Business Day Premium. Read deeper, decide smarter.
They say money never sleeps. Wake up to clarity, insights, and the stories driving business in Nigeria and beyond. From the heartbeat of small and medium enterprises to the pulse of national economic policy, this is where business meets perspective. With expert guests, real-time analysis, and stories that matter to you. We go beyond headlines to bring you the full picture. Join us every morning as we break down the numbers, decode the policies, and spotlight the people shaping our economy. This is Business Morning.
We are not just showing off businesses, but telling the stories behind them. The hustle, the art, the orders, and the wins. Startup Spotlight, showing every Monday on Business Day television.
Welcome to the Triumph Against Odd podcast.
Most people go through their lives without knowing what their superpower is, right? But if you're lucky enough and determined enough to find your superpower before you get to a certain stage of your life, you will be incredibly successful.
Look, the first thing is you just decide not to look at the challenges, because if you do, it's going to end you.
The closest thing I think is that I had a deeply military background, which is a bit of a never say die background.
I saw an opportunity in non-interest banking, and I felt that the demand was there. There was pent-up demand for it. People were yearning for it, and I felt that if we did it properly, if we brought in professionalism into it, and if we brought in our experiences, our various experiences from various backgrounds into it, that it could succeed.
Very few people do that because very few people explore their superpowers. They just explore bread and butter issues. I need to eat, and
Yes, there will be challenges. This is a very difficult business environment. The government keeps working on how to make business easier.
The first problem to overcome is really just starting, right? We thought about this idea for over 2 years before we even took the first step.
You cannot ignore this country. No, and to be from here, I think is an incredible privilege. Nigeria will be ascendant in my lifetime.
This is Business Week, a weekly program brought to you by Business Day Television.
For many years, we've talked about the need to, essentially diversify our revenue stream away from, the huge dependence on oil revenues. It looks like that is happening now. So that means that we're better protected when, you have these wide fluctuations in oil prices and all of that. So it's
as you say, and I agree, that we should commend the government. At least revenues are not falling. There have been times in the past when we recorded drops in revenue. That's not the case today. We're seeing revenues actually going up.
Increasingly, we can see the developed countries focusing on renewable energy and so on and so forth, which means that in the long run, we must look for alternative sources to funding.
So, the government says that crude oil theft has essentially come to an end.
We need to do more to ensure that we totally eliminate crude oil theft and start to think of how to boost production. But it's a good first step. By eliminating crude oil theft, it also creates an incentive for international oil companies to probably return and start to take up more projects in the upstream industries.
Stay ahead with Business Day Mobile, your gateway to Nigeria's most trusted business news, market insights, and expert analysis. With a Business Day Mobile app, you'll enjoy more than just news. You gain a seamless, intuitive platform designed to keep you informed and empowered. From exclusive articles to in-depth market trends, the app delivers the stories that matter most. Why Business Day Mobile? For premium access, for a clean, responsive design, for smarter navigation, for customizable apps, and for all-in-one business hub. Whether you're a business leader, investor, policymaker, or enthusiast, Business Day Mobile brings you closer to the insights shaping Nigeria's business landscape. Download today and put authoritative business journalism right at your fingertips, anytime, anywhere.
Meet Monica, your all-in-one financial solution. Convert crypto to Naira at juicy rates anytime, anywhere. Enjoy fast withdrawals straight to your bank. Buy airtime, data, and pay bills in seconds. No stress, no delays. Just seamless transactions. Monica, the smarter way to move your money. Download now.
Okay now, dependable insurance. After God, like the next insurance. See as the boys the Allah. All the ladies the Allah. Insure your car protection from accidents. Unforeseen loss, you can see them. Mistakes are meant to happen. If you don't jam the car, they'll jam yours. Will you beat them? Ah yes, you will get them arrested. Your plans for that day is affected. You waste your money, you waste energy. With AXA, you can be protected.
Get the protection that pays today. Call 0700 AXA Mansa to get a motor insurance that pays.
At Stanbic IBTC, we are here to help you grow with financing that helps you expand, expert knowledge across 20 African markets, trade solutions that open doors to 195 countries globally, and an online banking platform that works hard because with us, there's possible, then there's more. Visit www.stanbicibtcbank.com/business for more. Stanbic IBTC.
True strength. What defines it? The brilliance of a player? Or when a team comes together to win? A solo beat? Or the rhythm of many? The flair of one dancer? Or the art of a troupe? One distinct voice, or the beauty of the symphony. At FCMB Group, we build ecosystems, empower communities, and create the future. Because we believe it's not just one, but the power of the group that delivers the future we all desire. FCMB, the power of the group.
Still the Business Day Breakfast Show, and this is the newspaper review. Let's see what we have on the front pages this morning. We start, of course, with the Business Day paper to see, of course, what we have on the front page of the Business Day paper. It's quite a spread this morning. A lot of things are happening in Nigeria. This time around, the big story on the front page of the Business Day paper says Nigeria centralizes revenue flows in boldest overall since TSA begins mandatory e-receipts in 2026, consolidates TSA, GIF, MIS, CBN, NIBSS into single monitoring platform. A big story here says, on page 30 says, Tax Act spells out 10 million naira penalty, 10-year jail term for offenders. And on page 30 still, it says, insecurity triggers doctor shortage across northern Nigeria. Those are the stories on the front page of Business Day paper this morning. Of course, we have our analysts in the house this morning. We have Muhammad Akonji as well as Valentine Onyeka still in the studio this morning.
Good morning.
First story, good morning.
How you doing?
Very well, thank you. It was good. It was good. Hope you're
Thank
fine.
you very much. Oh, I'm good. Very well. At least it was a smooth sailing.
Did your
ride
team
this
win?
morning. They play tomorrow.
Tomorrow. So we're hoping they win tomorrow.
Hopefully.
Okay.
We'll go again, you know.
So which means that if for any reason
We're playing tomorrow Wednesday.
if for any reason you move out of media space, you're gonna end up being a coach one day. I think that you love
Maybe I'm
analyst.
Perhaps maybe not a coach. I'm not sure. I'm actually capped out for that.
Right.
But perhaps maybe an analyst, you know, or because in fact you see analysts now, people on Twitter, for example, on X, that have actually transited into the coaching line. For example, there's this. He has not even played the game, but because of his analysis on Twitter, and then some clubs are able to invite him. I think one of these club in France that
By the way, wow, that's also my team. It's also my team. Really? Yeah.
No, you support the same club as well.
So right
Yeah.
2-1 now.
Yes. What club do you
You
support?
might join us as well. So it's
Chelsea.
come to I hope you've known.
He doesn't even know. He doesn't even know their itinerary.
No, it is. At least we're playing tomorrow. So Champions League is resumed today, but we are playing tomorrow.
Okay,
So
we'll look
hopefully
forward to see what the
we'll go
game
again.
will look like.
Of course, like we said, that we go again. I mean,
Yes,
you keep
we
going.
move.
You move
We
again.
move.
Like that.
We move to the papers.
Exactly.
The big story, speaking of tax, it says Tax Act spells out 10 million naira penalty, 10-year jail term for offenders, and also this one on the Nigeria centralizing revenue flows. I'm sure you want to take a swipe.
Oh,
at that.
yes. Thank you. Thank you very much. So I think let's just be able to talk about that briefly because of time. We know the Unified Tax Act will take effect from January, and
First.
they have been, January 1st, as the government is trying to ensure that we unify the tax system. And as much as possible, we're trying to be able to provide an explanation for people to understand. At the moment, the tax to GDP is a very important economic indices, economic metrics. Is to say, as part of your GDP, how much is coming from tax? In Nigeria today, it's just about 8%. The global benchmark is 21%, at least in terms of your GDP. What should come from taxes to your GDP should be minimum 21%. In Africa, the benchmark in Africa is 18%, 18 to 16%. So which shows that we are far the lower head of that particular ladder because they're just doing 8%. And the reason was because there are a lot of people, there are a lot of businesses, corporates that are taxable, that are actually within the tax bracket, but are not paying taxes. And most of us will be complaining about the government is borrowing, as we spoke about yesterday. The only way you'll be able to plug a loophole that you have in your revenue, of course, that is an important component. Once you cannot be able to use tax to be able to plug the loophole in your expenditure revenue, you go into borrowing. So at that point, the government is trying to be able to do everything possible to ensure that with this newly approved tax system and unifying the whole process, because if you read it, you see there have been a lot of apprehension in the air. This government will tax us to death. This government wants to tax us. But if you look at it very, very well, and what just BusinessDay is doing, we're trying to be able to provide that clarity, that understanding for people to be able to understand what it is in the Tax Act. For example, as an individual, if you are earning less than 800,000 annual gross income, you're not paying any tax. Gross income in a year. As a business, if your turnover is not to 25 million naira, you're not paying any tax. Now, yearly, 25 as a business. Because you look at the PITA, the personal income tax act for personal, the corporate income tax. The next thing there is the tax has actually been, they made it before now. Let me just tell you. Imagine a truck that is bringing food from Sokoto to My 12. I think My 12 is the food market. Is it My 12? I used to confuse both of them. My 12, that's the food hub. Exactly. Do you know how much tax? No, we're not sure of the amount here because we are still collating the amount. Right. But do you know the number of taxes that you will pay? To move from just Sokoto within Nigeria, they are paying 211 taxes. Direct and indirect, legal or illegal, whether the Agbe rules or the state government. So imagine a basket of tomato that's actually being moved from there to Lagos. You are paid more than tax point of about 211 to 212 that will collect taxes. Look at the implication of that on the eventual price that buyers will pay for the basket of tomatoes, because we are paying 211 different cash points of paying taxes. But even it's 100 naira from here, let's say you are paying 100 naira per those points. You are paying 100 here, 500 here, 1,000 here. By the time you look at the overall implication, at the end of the day, it will bounce down on average Nigerians like myself, and you say, oh, because I remember there was a time, just a little bit of that. Last year during the Ilea festival, when we started around, for example, I just want to remember. Somebody was telling me that we want to buy a basket of tomato, and they say basket of tomato in Lagos, I remember, but I want to buy it to be able to entertain visitors. This is more than 30,000, I can't forget. And I called a friend that was actually in Plateau Jos. I told him that same basket was 30,000 naira. Liz and Valentine, you can imagine. They are selling to us in Lagos there for 130,000, 130.
Transportation.
But that's what I'm talking about. Including all these taxis. That's what I'm talking about. The guy said from Jos, so do I know that this thing here is 30,000 naira? But the amount of taxes, legal or illegal, that they have paid could have added extra 100,000 naira.
Cost of diesel, cost of loading.
But I'm sure taxes will play a very pivotal role. So that's what I'm talking about with now. And the main reason is we need to be able to ensure we go around tax defaulters, which is why this penalty is there. So people are encouraged to pay. Tax avoidance is there. If you think you don't have the means to be able to pay, write to the body. They provide those legal way for you to say, oh, this month, you're allowed to do that. We call that tax avoidance. You are not paying the tax, maybe because of the obligation you have in a month. It's all there in the new tax act. But tax evasion is illegal, which is what a lot of people do. So I think this is a good move to ensure that with that fine of 10 million. So when you're supposed to be able to, for example, I said, if you don't earn an income of 800,000, if you earn an income of 800,001, you can imagine, look at that, 800,000 no tax. 800,001, yes. You now be paying 25% on top of the 1 naira. Not on the 800,001. I think that's the mistake people are making. Okay. So your tax will begin from 800,001. So, of course, they're paying is an incremental thing between 15% and 25%, which are going to be able to implement.
So let me get it straight now.
So most of the time, we're just trying to be able to cut it short, okay?
So since Mo earns about say 200 million naira,
okay,
in a year, how much will your tax?
So that's what I'm saying. If you look at the tax calculator,
I'm a big man.
Okay, if I'm earning, of course I know I'm taking from that angle of yourself. Yeah. But so the question there is, you are paying the tax rate at the rate of, so it's about 15% to 25% for corporate.
Yes.
For individuals, around 10 to about 18%. Okay. But it will be incremental. They're not implementing everything at once. So I think you'll be able to start from a particular level and then it keeps increasing like that under personal income tax, because it's a whole.
We have to learn how to. So as individuals, we have to learn how to do this thing on our.
No. That's it. Even if you go to the website now, there's a tax calculator there.
Okay.
You don't be able to even report your earnings. You understand now? Once you report your earnings, it will tell you about your deduction. Because don't forget, if Liz is earning 100 million naira, for example, let's say as a salary, for example, 100 million, part of it, there's a certain amount of those you're able to go to. There's certain relief they will give to you. For example, utility allowance, children allowance, things like that. You're entitled to certain allowances. So there's a tax calculator on their website that will simply allow you, just be like a plug and play. Just plug in those figures there and you're able to calculate. I will tell you how much you're supposed to pay. It's actually there on their website.
But does this also include like monies that you're gifted, all of those things?
So that's what we're talking about. Now, if let's go about the gifts there. If it's like an inheritance from my parents, imagine somebody like Mark Zuckerberg. We all know that he became a billionaire in the world.
Let's just use a normal context.
I'm not talking about if it's transfer. No, that's not part of it. Okay. But if that inheritance transferred to you in properties or in money. For example, my dad died. I transferred almost 500 million naira to me. That's an inheritance.
Okay.
I am supposed to be able to pay capital gain tax on that.
On that again?
Really?
Yes, now that's capital gain. Your mother worked hard.
Oh, okay. But you are collecting the money for free. That's what we call capital gain tax. It's a standard everywhere in the world. Just check capital gain tax. So the provision there is personal income tax, which is on your earnings and things like that. You have the corporate income tax, you have the capital gain tax.
Okay,
there are all these provisions that they made.
You also know that this is a gig economy, right?
Course,
where many young people are
actually working freelance and
working. How does that work? How do you calculate that as well?
Amazing. Thank you very much for that question. If you look at what the Presidential Committee did in terms of harmonizing this, they've ensured that all those loopholes, which were not there in the existing tax act, have been plugged already.
Okay.
Ensure that we're able to. So the way they want to be able to like provide them is because most of this money will be able to flow through the banks.
Okay.
Whether it's Western Union you are receiving or whatever banks are actually doing, and that is exactly why they partner with the banks to monitor the flow of all those things. Even remittances, you travel abroad and you're sending money back to us, they are able to monitor everything. Most of this money will flow through the banks, and that is what the Presidential Committee is trying to be able to latch on to ensure that we get the tax. Because you are paying tax, you have no problem. There's a withholding tax already, but there are millions of head outs that are not paying. It's not fair. Do you think it's fair? So there are millions. Just like talking about these gig people now, but they are not paying because the existing tax law that was just repealed and consolidated to the new one does not take account of those because it was not a reality there. The next reality that you need to factor them in. In fact, yes, they are tracking even the hookups now. You know, it's part of that. They'll be taxing them as well. But you know how much money people that call hookup? I'm not sure we can be able to say that on here. But the amount of GDP has been captured. Who said that? Okay, GDP in Nigeria has captured them now. They're not capturing them.
So they are going to pay.
Yes. to capture a lot of money that flows in there, because you saw it's hook up and it's buying big buildings in Ikoyi here. You can, from that hook up, people are buying buildings worth billions of naira.
It means something now. It means, wait a minute. The lady who is now telling you, look, that this is her service.
Okay.
That you must pay her money.
Okay.
I'm very, 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 very sure that the way that money must be paid will not be based on, okay, did I enjoy it or not? It's a strict business.
Okay.
So the man gets a receipt for that. I'm just
Oh, that's good. I don't know how it operates anyway. But now that's the factor.
How come you say you don't know how?
I don't know whether to be a receipt to that effect. But now the GDP we base in has factored them in. You understand now? Factor them in. But the question I'm actually saying is, when the statistician general of the Federation was talking about that, was making reference to about 2 or 3 of the so-called hookup, as they call them, and that's like, you know, a more formalized way of calling them.
No, that's not the formalized. That's the informal way. Say prostitution.
Okay, prostitution.
Hookup is the informal way.
Thank you very much.
Yeah.
I said they are buying buildings. We were talking about example of some of them that are buying
they're
properties.
very rich.
Very
Some of them
rich.
be high class.
And then because you are here, because you are doing a formal and legal job, you are paying taxes. They are not paying. So there is a need to factor all this into the new tax.
Are you considering it?
I mean, how much they are paying.
That's what I'm saying. The amount of money they actually making. So these are what have been factored in. I know it will take a time before you can be able to bring them into the tax base. But
they need to. They need to. If I'm going to be paying all this money, they need to find out to put them in.
They are not paying. Everyone is
platform.
If we're going to pay this premium tax,
I don't think we should call it premium. Okay. I don't want to be that. Let's go to the word premium for it. Where is the basic thing that you need to do? Is a civic duty.
So if we're paying this.
But will our tax? I think our worry is that will our tax money be used?
That's another question.
In front of
those are the issues.
In front of Elizabeth's, Elizabeth's house.
Okay.
In front of her road, in front of her house, can that road be made of marble?
So I think you know what I'm not. You know what? You're not. I'm serious. What I'm saying there is, well, that's the question she's asking as well. Another kettle of fish is the deployment of these resources.
Yes, how do we hold them accountable?
But just the reason why, and I felt like that's why in the UK, I think I was hearing something at the time when Theresa May.
Okay.
Was it Theresa May or David Cameron, one of the former prime minister of the UK? Just to tell you, when I think he finished, Theresa May or David, I'm not sure. When he or she finished his tenure as a prime minister, and they are paying him a severance package of I think £150,000 as a severance. An average British man sued them to court because you know the reason. Because he said he worked for the government for 35 years. His own severance package, like a pension they paid, the gratuity they paid to him was it about £10,000 or £20,000? Now, this was just able to serve as a prime minister. And you're still using my money, my tax money, to pay him. Because they have what they say is they have the legal obligation to do that because it is his taxpayers' money. They need to be able to say to political. So, but in Nigeria here, a lot of people will just be able to, his government, let them do whatever they like with it. But I'm sure that if you are paying truly, people will ask questions. I want to believe that. We're not asking the questions because you feel like there is no social contract between us and government. So let them do whatever they want. Let them do their own there. Let us to be doing our own here. But if you are paying truly, just like you said now, I'm sure you'll be first to want to ask the question.
I hope we will, because one thing about us Nigerians is that we tend to
a lot of things.
Yes, we are like that.
Let them do
but I think we can't afford to do that anymore because if we are going to be paying money on all our taxes. Also on a good note, also I think this is also the fact that we have to now we're getting very serious with tax. We now understand how important narrations are in any payment.
So you narrate yourself.
Because sometimes people don't narrate. They're just like, "What's this payment?" So now you understand how important it is because it's actually just next month. Also to Business Day, because this is Business Day, we have the Tax 360 podcast where we break down everything you need to know about taxes. Please follow our platforms, subscribe to our YouTube to get the scoop, to get informed, to get educated. There's going to be so much more breaking down everything you need to know about taxes and how it concerns you. On that note, let's move and see what we have on the front page of the Punch paper this morning. The very big story here on the front page of the Punch paper says federal government defers 70% of 2025 capital projects to 2026. So they are moving 70% of their 2025 capital projects to 2026. Government stops new projects, imposes spending limits, which is about 22.3 trillion naira budgeted for 2026 capital expenditure. Benin failed coup. United States reveals travel warnings. Hostages regain freedom. This is on page 3 of the paper this morning. On page 28, POS takeover. Federal government ends cash payments in MDAs.
Right.
POS are actually taking over. Well,
No, they are banned. I was looking forward to that because truth be told, why would you have a federal government agency or government agency and then we see
cash is still.
How do we now monitor and how this due process actually?
Integrity itself, transparency,
which is why I am now worried because the truth of the matter is, you mean to tell me, all this while, money has been flying back and forth. So all that while we see raffia bags going in heavy, coming out, lightweight, it means cash has been flowing.
So I don't think I can jump this. So what happened is the government has had a unified payment system, like Quick Teller, like Remita. Those have been there because before TSA, I mean that's our top story today as well. Just like you read, because of time, we couldn't be able to talk about that because of taxes. It's our point we can about that to ensure that before TSA, remember TSA, Treasury Single Account. Before that, I know we had like about 4 important government parastatals. Nigerian Army, do you know how many accounts that they had then? Nigerian Army had more than 12 accounts.
112 accounts.
More than 12, like different accounts. So if you go to data, somebody can give you this different account. Maybe it's your own personal, like only God knows. I'm talking about before TSA was introduced in 2016. This Treasury Single Account. Then,
right.
This is where they maintain account. Nigeria Port Authority had like about 89 accounts.
Interesting.
That you can't even know. And then, as that we know, maybe out of these 89 accounts, only 5 or 4 are reported to the government. The rest, nobody knows. So if you go there, you want to be able to carry a particular activity, they can just give a particular account. Maybe it's of one director that you pay to. JAM then had, what is the bought in the professor? JAM too had that 111 accounts that they are talking about. You understand? That the only thing that the government can take account of all these accounts, maybe it's just 4 or 3. The remaining ones, they just belong to some people, you know. And then they will be siphoning, diverting public fund out of that. That's what they introduced the TSA then. To ensure that all these accounts centralize everything. It's a Treasury Single Account. So you can now know how the fund is coming in. Why are we talking about Nigeria is having one and this number of accounts? We have this number of accounts. So now the same way applies here for POS. Come on, the government is trying to be able to ban that now. Every payment must actually be made online. No exchange of cash. And I think to track it, which is very, very commendable. We need to look at that because just like you said, there are a lot of underhand dealings that people are doing. Just very close to us here. Please just go to the airport, the passport office here. You see a lot of things that are going on. You know, in fact, they don't have to go and call the POS. They don't worry, don't just do the cash. They have to get the POS. And those people belong to them.
But why do you have a feeling like 2026 is going to be such a serious year?
It has to be because
there's so much seriousness.
The 9-month pregnancy, I think after pregnancy, that's childbirth. We have gone through it.
Yeah.
So I don't really know the seriousness you're talking about.
Like everything is going to be very serious.
No, because we need to ensure, follow the money, as they call it. You need to follow it thoroughly and deeply. It is very important we check through. In fact, if you heard the First Lady yesterday over that issue that happened in Osun State, I'm sure you heard about the case, right? Where she was actually talking to the Osun State governor. But if you listen to her speech there, she was mentioning that Nigeria will witness some growth that is unimaginable. The way Nigeria will be at 2026, yes. I'm talking about the First Lady was saying that. You know, there was a viral story of her. You know, trying to be able to tell the Osun governor that please don't. Have you not seen the video? It has been. It was on Sunday. It has been a video going around that I think it was started the singing and you know the dancing governor now. And he just went to him at the. She went to him at the point and told him, please, you're wasting people's time.
Yeah, I did see that. I saw that. I didn't see the
they were honoring her there.
Okay.
The event was in Ife. I think they were giving her a title in Ile Ife. You know, so they were marking the 10-year anniversary of the Oni.
Right.
So as part of the event was that she was being she was being honored as conferred. Thank you very much. Conferred with that something of Ile Ife land. So it was during our own speech that she not even mentioned how Nigeria will be able to achieve that unprecedented good by 2026. And she was saying the way Nigeria will become so big, I'm sure they will be in
all of it in 2026. So we hope so. We're going
I think the
to
top story I saw that I just talked about was the capital project, which I think we spoke about that yesterday because of the budget. So the federal government has unfortunately have not been able to give us a performance of 2025 budget. In fact, 70% of capital project they have to be pushed to next year. Don't forget that 2025 budget is supposed to have ended by December 31. But only 30% of the capital component. In a budget, there are two components. The capital component, which is you want to do roads,
right?
Schools, all those ones. Those are capital components. And there's a recurrent component.
The third part of the budget.
Okay, which is the
Power of
however, the recurrent is now you want to pay salaries. Right. You want to pay salaries.
So
and
capital
like
and what?
Capital and recurrent.
Okay.
So recurrent is about paying salaries. That one is on a monthly basis. Federal government workers are getting their salaries. That one is being implemented. There's no problem. But the capital project, most of the project that the government expected to do, road, hospitals, schools, and things like that, 30% of that have just been what they've been able to achieve. So they have no choice but to defer 70% to next year. But it is not unexpected because 2024 budget, they just finished implementing that August this year. The capital project of 2024 just finished. So
54.17 trillion something
like that for 2026, which is the budget for next year. So from the MTEF and the FSP. But 70% of this now, they have to push it to next year. And that is why, in fact, now, just like you read there, the government is not planning to do any project. The whole capital project will be very, very minimal for next year. Because they have a whole lot already. The present one is about 51, 52 trillion.
Just
right.
So you cannot be able to now I'm talking about another project where you have a lot of leftovers that you need to ensure that you fix for next year. So I think it's going to be a case for next year.
It is just we trying to PM the government. If we must make that impact for the world to see, I think most of us.
So you really like the government or we as a person?
Oh, the government.
The government, okay.
Because the international world has.
Of course,
definitely.
Laser focused.
As much as healthcare is important, all these other areas are important. Without security, all these areas will not work. I think if we're going to get that money, whether we're going cap in hand to IMF or wherever it is, that money should be used to make sure our boys fighting Boko Haram and ammunition and what is needed for defense matter to work. Let it be ready. So no excuse.
No excuse.
Why I'm saying this?
I know. I understand your point.
To be told. Okay. 54 something trillion.
We are in trillion.
How much do they really need to make sure? Can we just come out 20 trillion to say, okay, let us now say enough is enough.
So, you know what I'm saying now, Valentine.
For example,
in the last 8 years to 10 years, defense and security has been taking the lion's share of the budget.
In the last 7 years?
In the last 10 years. 10 years.
Okay.
So most of them have started. So, for example, just as a record.
And we've not seen any improvement.
That's what we're talking about. The last budget, defense was given, which is the highest, that's the highest of all the sectors, was about 7 trillion naira.
Okay.
That was allocated to defense. Yes. And if you look at the previous years as well.
It wasn't used
maybe that's the problem we're not talking about judiciously.
Yes.
That's because we had a deadbeat defense minister before. Now we have a new minister. Let's see.
Because if you look at perhaps, there is a change of guard, a new sheriff in town. That could be. But the government consistently, right from even Jonathan, then to Buhari to now, has ensured that the lion's share, the biggest of the allocation always go to defense and security. Even though it is by then after your education be complaining, you have given this amount to defense. What about your education? What about health? What about this sector? What about this sector? Defense has always been taking that chunk. But just like you said, maybe that they have not been used judiciously. But I think it will be marveled, or it will be impressive to hear what Riley Moore said yesterday.
Okay.
Riley Moore is the US congressman. Right. There were those, because it was actually, he has the years of Donald Trump. These are the people, he and Ted Cruz, were what Donald Cruz, when he was telling Donald Trump about what was happening in Nigeria, about this genocide and things like that. And they were able to come to Nigeria on a fact-finding mission on Sunday. And I would be marveled. So he was talking about that at least what they've seen on ground has shown that there is a renewed vigor on the part of government to be able to deal and crush this insecurity. And don't forget as well, there's a joint US-Nigeria joint defense team now.
Cool.
Where they supply us with intelligence, they provide us with information. In fact, they have some of their surveillance reconnaissance around their planes from there's a US base in Ghana. The US base on Sunday, most of their planes were seen in Nigeria here on Sunday. They were able to go into Ilorin, in fact, the Niger Delta, the middle belt, what's called the North Central. They were able to go into the forest there to tell Nigerian soldiers. So they are providing intelligence. Nigerian soldiers were the one attacking them. In fact, the two were talking about what happened in Benin yesterday. It was just reported this morning that US has an impact of telling Nigerians how to actually be able to deal with the
But speaking of what happened in Benin, I think we have something about that on the front page of the Vanguard paper this morning, so we can just take a look at that.
Very quickly, says Tinubu seized the Benin Republic airspace legally, said its source. Now, it says that's in page 5. You can see details of it. I probably would like to read it, but again, Tinubu sees Benin Republic airspace legally. My question is, look, how do you see someone's space legally?
Okay, the president of there are two ways. No, season of the airspace was because don't forget, it has been hijacked by the coupists. The Pushes have hijacked everything.
All right.
I told us yesterday here, the president, in fact, he has bolted to the French embassy.
Okay.
I'm talking about President Patrice Talon.
Okay.
They have almost taken over everything from him. It was just, so he has no choice. He thought he has lost it already. Until they said he called President Tinubu that please, this has happened. Because the one in Guinea-Bissau just happened was not 2 weeks ago or 3 weeks ago. The president there, Umaru Embolo, was just expecting an election result to be announced before the military took over. Now, the first thing the military will do whenever they are taking over is to do 3 things. One, they will shut down the airspace. They will shut down the TV stations. In fact, they took journalists as hostage. You understand? Journalists as hostage. Then they will suspend National Assembly, all these parliament, they suspend everything that they have taken over. So they are already at the presidential palace in Cotonou, in Benin. Like, they are already about to take it over. They are already at the TV studio, you know, give you press to be able to say, now we have suspended this and likes like that. So, just like what Trump wants to do to us, you know, because we are going to come to Nigeria gun blazing because it's like seizing our airspace. You don't do that, it's illegal. Of course, you don't do that. But under what situation you're allowed to do that? Or situation like a state of emergency, like what happened in Benin, you are allowed to actually be able to take over the space to protect democracy. Because that is the essence. Well, again, so what we did was that. But now, because part of that, in fact, the news just broke yesterday night. One of our planes that was actually on a reconnaissance there passed through Burkina Faso. And I think they seized it now because they just announced in their, you know, Burkina Faso is actually owned by the military. So they said they've seized one of the Nigerian airplane C-130 that they grounded the plane because it was flying on their airspace illegally. But because there's no way you'll be able to get into a place like Benin, you can be able to fly through there. So there are a lot of things around it. But what we did in Benin, in fact, international convention, it was legal. Like Nigeria entering into the airspace. Because it was after we entered into the airspace, they threw a bomb in Cotonou. They were able to have our ground forces. There was an airstrike. Our ground forces were not able to enter to bring normalcy. And I told you, by 7 p.m., they're able to be restored by the president into power to deliver his speech.
Okay.
Well,
do we have any other thing on the front page of the Vanguard paper, or let's see what we have on the cartoon of the day?
Hello to a high chief engineer.
Okay. Look at that page. Oh,
that's a congratulatory.
A very powerful cultural.
It's a funeral ceremony. Okay.
Well, not necessarily.
It's a wedding. I was looking at them as wedding initially.
There's one more story that talks about 100
the Niger girl.
Very important.
Very important.
It says 100 students released by terrorists handed over to Niger government. My question now is, how did they hand over this?
Okay.
Which is the government. Look at us.
You want to know how they hand
I know.
It was a package delivery.
Okay. Is that what I'm talking about? You know about maybe like there was an exchange of money or something because of this ransom and the federal government has insisted.
For you to have a successful
handover,
right?
We need
something about exchange hands.
Do you understand? It's not as if.
But the government policy is still saying it's a zero tolerance for ransom. They will never negotiate with terrorists. That's the government position.
Yes,
now they are saying,
okay. As the handover took place, well, handover and then capture
them. So that's why
that's the point. We need to be sure and tell.
Don't forget, this is the Niger, the St. Mary Catholic School.
Right.
Only 100. We have there are about 300 of them that were abducted. They are still.
So there's still
about 200 plus. So 50 escaped on the first day. Now 100 were released on Sunday. Right. They went back to Niger. They were actually handed over to the Niger government.
Just what I have to say. Okay. It says FG to court. Justice. It says speed up hearing of terrorism, kidnap cases. It's as if FG is eating their fingers to say, well, let us start.
You need to get that.
Let's start executing them.
Terrorism acts now. You need to be able to kill them. I think that is the next thing. You don't need. The Minister of Defense has said that. Right. See them. Please shoot them on sight.
The only thing I'm going to say is that there needs to be speedy action when it comes to
terrorism and the kidnappers.
Speedy action.
Yes.
Yes.
And then you don't need to actually be able to.
Let's see what we have on the cartoon of the day this morning and see what we have on the Business Day cartoon of the day. There's always a lot going on. Right. Yes. That is. Okay,
so,
we say boots.
I used to say military boots
on ground,
and then the helmets
with blood.
That's the military gear, blood on it.
And there's helmet also on the ground. And then we see the Nigerian flag on top of the boot, and then we see
respect
to our fallen heroes, the Nigerian army.
What Nigerian soldiers did in Benin Republic on Sunday was unprecedented. I said they were able to restore back the military. They thought they've succeeded. The putachists have thought they've succeeded as at 10 a.m. in the morning. They've changed out the president. They've seized the Benin National, whatever I don't want to call their own in their own country. They've seized the National Assembly already, their parliament. So they thought they've succeeded before the call came in. And then generally they asked Nigerian soldiers to be able to venture into Benin. And they were able to do it in record time. Within 5-6 hours, they brought back the man.
Respect to them, actually.
So that's what I'm saying. That was talking about respect.
Respect to
because
them.
that's what, if they could do that, I'm sure, of course, it begs the question. What's our outfit here? 10 years in the line, we're still battling Boko Haram, right?
Like we say in local terms, we say there's levels to this thing.
There are levels, okay.
There are levels to this thing.
Maybe.
For me, it's
because if they could do that within record time.
Okay. Look, onward Nigerian army. We are still very strong. We can actually defeat and
criminals. Of course.
The problem we've been having before now was the infiltration of politicians into the game.
Lack of political will.
I would say, thank God for a new defense minister.
Thank God for a new defense minister. On that note, that's where we wrap it up this morning on the newspaper review segment right here on the Business Day Breakfast Show. Thank you so much, gentlemen.
Thank you very much for having us.
Very interesting.
Thank you very much.
But that's where we wrap it up. Up next is the Business Morning at 9 a.m. Do stay with us.
good morning. You're still watching the breakfast show on Business Day Television. Now, this is the Business Morning segment. I am Destiny Momo. Now, let's bring you the news in details. Now, the federal government has banned the use of physical cash for the payment of revenue and also directed ministries, departments, and agencies install point of sale terminals within 45 days. The directive is part of 4 Treasury circulars issued by the Office of the Accountant General of the Federation. Now, in the documents, the Accountant General Shaldina Ogunjimi revealed that all payments to the federal government must now be made electronically and routed through channels approved by the Treasury. The first circular titled Enforcement of No Physical Cash Receipt Policy for All Federal Government Revenue Transactions, dated November 24, 2025, noted that the government was alarmed at the continued physical cash apologize for the little break. Now, moving on and still on the news, Nigeria's gross reserves rose to moving on, Nigeria's gross reserves rose to their strongest level in 6 years in a boost for the naira that has witnessed modest depreciation in the past weeks. And data from the Central Bank of Nigeria revealed that foreign exchange reserves surged to $45.04 billion as of the 4th of December 2025, and from the $44.66 billion they were at the end of last month. Analysts attributed the marginal increase to the $2.4 billion Eurobond issuance in November, which was oversubscribed by 400%, FX receipts from oil exports, and resilient remittance inflows. The reserves accretion follows a reported increase in the nation's net reserves to $29 billion compared to $23.11 billion at the end of last year. Now, this surge is expected to bring a breather to the naira that fell by 1.8% month on month to 1,446.7 naira per dollar, depreciating further as it was quoted at 1,450.43 naira per dollar as of Friday, reflecting seasonal FX pressures driven by year-end holiday travel demand and the settlement of import bills by businesses and manufacturers. As still on, Northern Nigeria is facing a critical stage of doctors and other critical healthcare workers as persistent insecurity worsens the exodus of professionals. And according to experts, the situation is there and deteriorating health outcomes for a region already grappling with high incidences of disease and burdens and mortality warnings that the crisis will only worsen following spikes in insecurity. And Nigeria already struggles with insufficient doctors, yet the distribution is significantly skewed toward the south. A joint annual review health sector statistical book 2025 shows that states like Yobe, Kebbi, Zamfara, and Jigawa have 0.5 doctors per 10,000 population, which means there is half a doctor for 10,000 people and approximately 1 doctor for every 20,000 people. And the shortage also extends to specialist care, which is almost non-existent in much of the north. Now, to end the news, Nigerian fighter jets carried out airstrikes to thwart a coup bid in Benin, in which mutinying soldiers tried to seize President Patrice Talon. And according to an account provided by Benin's government on Monday, the soldiers got close enough for Talon to witness violent clashes and firsthand, as they also managed to kidnap 2 senior military officials who were not released until Monday morning. And Nigeria had earlier acknowledged sending fighter jets and ground troops to its much smaller neighbor to help restore order, aiming to head off a political crisis in a country that is battling jihadists and serves as a key trade corridor in West Africa. The Mutinian soldiers coming from the Togbin military base started their attack before dawn on Sunday and first going to the home of Talon's military chief of staff and General Betin Bada, killing the wife while he managed to escape. And now let's go on a quick break. When we are back, where we'll be discussing our first headline on the Business Morning segment. Stay with us. Welcome back. You are still watching Business Morning. Now let's go straight to the first conversation for today, talking about global tech trends as it is shaping the future and artificial intelligence, cybersecurity, and the new digital economy. Now, in a world where innovation is accelerating at an unprecedented pace, analysts say emerging technologies from artificial intelligence to quantum computing are redefining global business models, consumer behavior, and even national security. As digital transformation deepens across industries, questions around governance, cybersecurity, infrastructure, and even investment are taking center stage. Now, today we explore the major tech trends shaping the global digital economy, and we speak with a leading technology analyst who will provide insights into the opportunities and challenges ahead. Now, across the world, artificial intelligence continues to dominate boardroom conversations as organizations race to automate processes and even enhance decision making. But with innovation comes complexity. Regulators are under pressure to build frameworks that ensure safety, fairness, and responsible deployment. At the same time, cloud computing is evolving toward edge-driven models, enabling faster processing at the device level, critical for real-time applications ranging from fintech services to autonomous systems. Now, cybersecurity also threatens remain a growing concern, with analysts warning that cybercriminals are deploying more sophisticated AI-driven attacks. Enterprises are now shifting to zero-trust architectures as a defense strategy. Now, meanwhile, digital payments and blockchain-based systems continue to reshape global commerce, attracting strong investor interest in fintech, cybersecurity, and automation. And now, joining us is Ridwan Adelaja. He is a technology analyst that spans across most trending technology issues. Welcome, Ridwan.
Thank you for having me. Good morning.
Good morning. We're so happy to have you. Now, talking about AI governance and regulation, how do you see emerging artificial intelligence governance frameworks shaping innovation, data, ethics, and market competition in 2025 and beyond?
Thank you very much. I think it's an important conversation to have at this point in time. It's unfortunate that 2025 is already gone, and maybe we should begin to talk about 2026 and beyond. Interesting things had happened during the year, and we could see that both companies, governments, and the end users are not joking as much as how they are adopting AI. If we want to look at what AI governance has been about in 2025 at all, it has really, really helped to put companies on their toes. You cannot just throw out innovation without some sense of responsibility. I think that is the core of what you would get to find in any framework that is looking at regulating the space. What maybe government is typically saying is that whatever you're putting out there needs to have passed through some checkmated system that ensures that people using whatever, whether it's a product or service that has AI powered enabled, get to be sure that they can trust those products, get to know that their data are not being compromised. And I think that's just the bigger part of what AI governance is doing. And if you check even outside of the country, you see that's the same energy. Now we have things are faster, things are more quicker. But how are these things happening? Through AI, right? But there are also ways that this same particular AI could also cause a lot of breach, could also lead to misinformation, for instance, could also lead to how much data you get and when you get them. So pretty much to me, I really feel that frameworks are good, and the ultimate goal should always be to see that the system are genuine, the systems are doing exactly what they are meant to do. Thank you.
Right, so now talking about cloud and edge adoption, right? Now, with the rise of distributed cloud and edge computing, what critical factors should enterprise consider when modernizing their infrastructure?
Thank you. Anyways, quite a number of people ask this question, and I think it falls back to understanding the space that which you play. If fintech is different from health tech is different from agri-tech. All of you guys are playing in the tech space, but exactly what infrastructure do you need might then differ. I'm going to give a typical example, for instance. When we talk about cloud, or edge, cloud is just saying that you have your storage far away, far from where you are. You might be a Nigerian-based company, and then where you are storing your data is in the US, is in Germany, is in France. It then means that your users in Nigeria would need so much speed to access those data whenever they are trying to recall from wherever they are. If your users in remote villages cannot access the data as at when due, that's what we talk about real-time access to data. If their internet penetration is low and then they are trying to recall data, get it processed and get it used, and then there is this high latency, this kind of, sometimes it happens even in teleconferencing, when you are speaking with somebody from another side of the world and then you see this lag, then you feel like that is quite poor in the internet use. And that is just essentially what cloud is all about. Like, you really need to know exactly what type of technology you should be using. So if you had chosen the cloud option, then it means that you perhaps had solved those challenges that you might encounter in terms of latency, in terms of speed, in terms of how well those data can be accessed by the people on the other side. Edge is quite easy. Edge means you have the data stored close to you. It could be on your laptop, it could be on your phone, and you can easily access them. So it then means that if you are a company that serves people and you know that they need their data as real as possible, then you might want to choose the option of edge. But again, sometimes some data are just too big that you cannot afford to keep them on maybe phones or laptop, and then you would always need that backup of cloud. Essentially, I believe that a company operating would have assessed their needs, know the people they are servicing, and they will be able to decide exactly if they should combine both, if one is enough, and if maybe cloud or edge or both. So pretty much in the space of things, what we are seeing in that space is just so that a lot of companies are coming to understand that if it is edge, then what do you need to put in place? You invest in that technology to make those
okay, having said that, Ridwan, now what new cybersecurity threats do you think are mostly prominent today, and how can organizations build more resilient, zero trust architectures?
For every technology, there will always be threat, pretty much. And what cybersecurity is coming to say is, just like you have your house and you have it guarded by private guards or police or any security outfits, cybersecurity is like creating a kind of police in the cloud as well to help you protect whatever you are servicing or whatever you have in stock. So what then does that need you to do as a company? Pretty much what a lot of companies are doing is to ensure that they put a lot of verification and authentication system in place, because data is key, data is life, data is identity, and if it gets breached, a whole lot can happen in the negative. So pretty much what we are seeing now is that a lot of people are also tending to use AI to also empower this kind of security to ensure that these attacks can be detected even before they happen, get reported to whoever is in charge, and then they can act on whatever feeds that they get. So pretty much if a company is concerned about cybersecurity in this space, it is more about automation of threat detection. It's about verification and identification on the side of the user. And yes, with this, you are sure that in terms of identity theft, identity mismanagement can be brought very low.
So then concerning the area of fintech and digital payments, right? How are blockchain, real-time payments, embedded finance redefining the future of digital commerce?
Digital commerce, I think I would love to break it down a bit so that we just get some context into this. Before now, when we build products or services, we build them individually. Okay, I want to create a platform that helps people pay money. That could be all my idea, and then I will build just that. But today, with the advent of blockchain, fintech technology, a lot of things are coming in. Now we have cybersecurity helping me to protect that space. What we have just come to do now is that it helps us to build more than what we used to build before. So you could have an app that only helps you to pay money. Today, that same app could help you borrow money. That same app could also help you buy data bundle. That same app could even help you check your fitness. And why is that possible? It's just because blockchain is now being enabled. You know, now you are tapping and leveraging so many more sophisticated systems that comes with fintech, digital literacy, AI automation. So pretty much it is just that cocktail of opportunity that all of these things are brought to that space, making us do more than ordinary. Thank you.
Okay, now talking about tech investment and trends, right? What tech sectors like artificial intelligence, quantum, automation, cyber security are currently attracting the most investor interest, and why do you think so?
Yeah, anyways, when you have already agreed that they are in attracting more investment, I believe the answer is obvious. If anybody is attracting investment, it simply means that investors can sleep and believe that they would make money. And that is what cybersecurity has really done to investors. That's what AI automation system has done to, like, they feel so comfortable that when I put my money here, I get my money back. Every company now wants to be sure that their systems are safe, that they are not vulnerable to attacks. And because of that, they need to always maybe contact a cybersecurity firm or cybersecurity company, engage a cybersecurity specialist, just so. And that is why investors will feel like, oh, if I invest in this space, I know my money is coming. Nobody wants to be attacked, so people are subscribing. So that's just a simple truth. Return of investment is sure in those spaces, whether AI, whether cybersecurity, whether fintech, and so they would attract the larger share. Unlike when you want to invest in places like, maybe I should not mention agriculture, where sometimes you might suffer a whole lot of loss. That's just it.
Now, talking about data privacy and even user protection, right? Now, we're in an era of a rampant data collection. What innovations do you think are emerging to actually strengthen consumer privacy without actually hurting user experience?
Pretty much, we are in a space where now data is life and everybody wants to get protected. Everybody wants to retrieve data at when due. So what that would only do is that quite a number of frameworks are in place anyways, and these are from regulatory bodies. I know NITDA is doing a whole lot in that space. I also know that the Nigerian Center for AI and Robotics are also doing quite a number of things to ensure that people are safe and that their data are not breached. Pretty much, I know that in maybe next year, we should see so much around people now, because it's not usually very easy. That's the truth. We at a point when e-commerce came, we were so afraid of even making payments online. Today, some of us make those payments comfortable, maybe just because we believe that, yeah, we are safe, our data is fine. So now with the era of AI, there is this still fear around, can I use AI? How much should I trust AI? And of course, if you also look at some of the challenge we encounter with AI, with misdata, misrepresentation, you would also know that those fears are quite genuine. So pretty much, I believe that it would get mature in, say, another 1 year that we're about to roll into, and that people will be comfortable with using AI as time goes. Thank you.
Talking about artificial intelligence and workforce disruption, right? What skill sets do you think will be most critical as artificial intelligence automates more tasks, and how should businesses actually prepare their workforce?
Yes, so we get asked this question quite a number of times, and I think most of these questions are not even framed maybe this way. Usually it comes from the fear of people would lose job. That's how where they ask those questions, because when you talk about AI, a lot of other people are getting jobless because of AI. But AI has also created a new world of skill, a new world of profession. So that is exactly the opportunity that people should jump into. If before you go out of school and then you become a classroom teacher and then you get paid 70,000 naira a month minimum wage, AI is saying that what if you invest in yourself and then learn how to build AI products and then get a job that pays you 400K a month, 500K a month? So that's the opportunity that AI is bringing. Like, if you talk about skills, we are now talking about AI literacy. There are some people now whose job is just to teach people about the AI. They are also teachers, but their own teaching is now technical. Their own teaching is on another level, and then they get to better pay. Another skill that we might now be looking at is because, okay, AI is doing everything, but AI cannot sit down and think of our problem and solution. We still need people to, put in the energy in terms of people-centered problem solution strategy. So this is another area that we would now think that a lot of people will be going into. We want to see a lot of more people thinking about their immediate community. What is the challenge here? How can we solve it? AI would not just sit down and solve that for you. We need people in that space outside just the AI literacy. We need people to really, really think for us. Another aspect now is that because of data is now everywhere and AI is helping us to, bring them together, we would also need people with a skill of what we call data interpretation, data analysis, data engineering. So these are skills that we now expect that maybe we should also say that our university system needs to take a shift and begin to drop some obsolete courses. I don't mean to call them obsolete, but there are some courses that we just might want to tweak at this stage and then introduce new or skill of the century. I think that is what we might also want to do. And what would this would include things like the human AI centered skills. How can we be an intermediary between AI and then the problem we want to solve? How can we interpret data? How can we engineer? These are things that I would expect in terms of skills for us to.
I agree with you. I'll just ask you one last question before we take a dive on today's tech segment, right? And please, I need you to just just answer this question really fast because of time, right? Talking about tech policy and geopolitics. Tech policies and geopolitics, right? How are global tech policies, semiconductor politics, and even cross-border data rules actually influencing innovation and market stability?
So thank you. You said I should answer quickly, so I'll just do that. I think every country now needs to have a definite rule and definite system that speaks to all of these things. I'll pick one of them is where you talk about semiconductor. All that means is just about chip export. There are some countries today in Africa that all these chips are available there, not those chips in sense of chips, but the materials to make those chips.
Okay.
And then they get to export them, out of those countries and then go to the other country and then process them into chips. Maybe now we will begin to see governments of different countries begin to have maybe more tighter regulations as to those raw material, how and when you can export them, and for how much you can export those things. Other part of the question is about geopolitics. I also think personally that countries, especially in Africa, needs to be more hard around how they regulate this space. You can't live anywhere outside Africa, and then the only thing you want to check about Africa is negative news. I believe that we should begin to put things in place whereby there are filters to what external people out there can also see about your country, because virtually everything good and bad happen every other country. But you speak to an investor and then he goes online to check few things about your country and then he says he cannot invest. Whereas the same thing is also at home in his own country, but because it is not out there. So I think in terms of geopolitics and in terms of policies that should shape the future, we need to begin to speak to our government to see how some of the space can be really, really regulated.
I totally want to say thank you so much, Ridwan, for this very, very insightful and very revealing segment you just gave us in tech. Would have gone on and on. I would have even spoken about sustainability and even the green tech. But because of time, I'm sure when we have you next time, you will have to cover, most of the questions that we have for you still pending. Thank you so much, Ridwan, for your time. We want to appreciate you for joining Business Morning this morning on the short notice. Thank you so much.
You're welcome. Thank you so much. It's a honor to have you, and I look forward to next time. Thank you.
Sure, exactly. Thank you so much. Business Morning, and we'll be right back after this break to, start our second conversation today. We'll be right back.
Information is everywhere. But insights, that is rare. Business Day Premium gives you analysis, data, and context that keep you ahead. Business Day Premium. Read deeper, decide smarter.
They say money never sleeps. Wake up to clarity, insights, and the stories driving business in Nigeria and beyond. From the heartbeat of small and medium enterprises to the pulse of national economic policy, this is where business meets perspective. With expert guests, real-time analysis, and stories that matter to you, we go beyond headlines to bring you the full picture. Join us every morning as we break down the numbers, decode the policies, and spotlight the people shaping our economy. This is Business Morning.
We are not just showing off businesses, but telling the stories behind them. The hustle, the art, the orders, and the wins. Startup Spotlight, showing every Monday on Business Day Television.
Welcome to the Triumph Against Odd podcast.
Most people go through their lives without knowing what their superpower is, right? But if you're lucky enough and determined enough to find your superpower before you get to a certain stage of your life, you will be incredibly successful.
Look, the first thing is you just decide not to look at the challenges, because if you do, it's going to end you.
The closest thing I think is that I had a deeply military background, which is a bit of a never say die background.
I saw an opportunity in non-interest banking, and I felt that the demand was there. There was pent-up demand for it. People were yearning for it, and I felt that if we did it properly, if we brought in professionalism into it, and if we brought in our experiences, our various experiences from various backgrounds into it, that it could succeed.
Very few people do that because very few people explore their superpowers. They just explore bread and butter issues. I need to eat, and you know.
Yes, there will be challenges. This is a very difficult business environment. The government keeps working on how to make business easier.
The first problem to overcome is really just starting, right? We thought about this idea for over 2 years before we even took the first step.
You cannot ignore this country. No, and to be from here, I think is an incredible privilege. Nigeria will be ascendant in my lifetime.
You're welcome back to Business Money. Now, very quickly moving on to our second conversation, talking about shaping tomorrow's leaders, how vision-driven leadership is actually redefining influence, innovation, and nation building in Africa. Now, as Africa continues to navigate complex political, economic, and social transitions, leadership experts say the continent's future will depend heavily on a new generation of transformational, ethical, and innovation-driven leaders. One of the prominent voices shaping this conversation is the founder of a Living Leadership Academy, and whose work extends beyond the classroom into national dialogue, youth empowerment, and global leadership engagement. Now, in recent years, Africa has actually witnessed significant shifts, rapid technological disruption, rising youth unemployment, fragmented governance systems, and increasing demand for accountability. According to analysts, these realities are exposing deep gaps in leadership capacity gaps that require more than technical skills, but a reshaping of mindset, values, and character. Now, speaking on the evolving leadership landscape, the founder notes that a modern leadership must move away from power-based models and even embrace influence built on integrity, emotional intelligence, and strategic thinking. Now, sometimes he might emphasize that Africa's demographic advantage has more of that. Now, joining us is Joshua Triumphant. He is the founder, Living Leadership Academy. Good morning, Mr. Triumphant.
Yes, good morning. Good morning. Thank you so much for having me.
So good to have you. Now, talking about leadership philosophy, right? What core principles actually guide your personal leadership philosophy, and how have they evolved over the years?
My personal leadership philosophy?
Yeah.
Oh, I mean, where do I start from? All right. So at the core, it's a commitment to learning. At the base level, it's a commitment to learning. I believe strongly that leadership flows in the direction of the highest knowledge.
Okay.
So at the core, at the base level, is a strong commitment to learning. The more you bring new information into your life, the clearer you can see, the better you can act, and the more consistent your actions will be along the principles that create success and provide sustenance for your environment. So I believe strongly that it begins from learning, and then you can begin to build on that, a clear vision. The more, and vision in my own definition is about seeing people, places, and events, and situations and circumstances, not just the way they are, because anybody can deduce the way things are. It doesn't require any depth or any type of insight. But to see people, context, situations, or circumstances, whether it's nations, states, local, to see them not just the way they are, but the way they should be, or at least the way they can be,
right,
is the foundation of vision. And people who can see that can then lead people along that line. So a commitment to learning, having a clear vision, and being principle-centered, because perspectives and paradigms are always based on the context of your environment, your upbringing. They change from moment to moment.
Okay.
But principles are at the core
Okay.
of what is true and what is possible. So yeah, I
Yeah,
think
it's very clear. It's
fundamentally
very
those are
clear
the
how you've been able to manage this information right out this morning. Now, talking about Africa's leadership gap, right? From your perspective, what are the most pressing leadership deficits across Africa as of today? And then what do you think is required to actually address them sustainably?
So there are a ton of things. There are a lot of things we can outline. So let me try to give a few things. One of it is in itself access to leadership education. I think that access cuts through access to leadership education within the academic system, access to leadership education within a family system, access to leadership education, within subcultural context in terms of how people grow up and how they are educated generally about life. And you will find that the pressure is high across board for, let's say, parents to focus on getting money and providing you with a few things as a child. And then there's failure on a lot of that end to provide some base level of leadership education that helps you, think clearly, communicate better, and things like that. So they get into academics and the fact that there is no proper leadership education ingrained into our academics. Really, just fundamental stuff like public speaking and strategic thinking and conflict resolution, emotional intelligence, things that form the basis of success really within value exchange environment. If you get into any space and you're unable to communicate your ideas properly, no matter what you know, you will not gain, you will not earn your due in those spaces for the most part. And so the fact that there are no access to that education tied into different sub-learning cultures, subcultures of learning is one of the, to me, I think is one of the biggest issue. Leadership education is not even thought about at normal levels in terms of how important it is. And we seem to have a cultural prejudice to learning. And you will find that the person with the most knowledge is always laughed at, or is always talked about like, you are just being intellectual. This is not, it's a normal thing within our cultural context to hear somebody say, this is not about intellectual, it's not about intelligence. We are talking about practical, realistic stuff. And in the Nigerian context, that seems to mean something.
True.
But reverse is the case, right? So we also have a cultural aversion to learning, to education in some sense. All right. Yeah. So all these things play into how you will find that an average young person, an average Nigerian believe that just because they are in a position of authority, or just because they start a business, or just because they have money or influence at some level, that they have leadership ability or have leadership capacity. And it shows in how disorderly our society is. It shows in how unorganized and disorganized we are as a people, that there is no real proper leadership education as a system that flows through our academics, that flows through our institutions, that holds everybody accountable to build themselves, their leadership, and then transfer that knowledge into others. To me, at the core of it is access to leadership education, in terms of how important it is for success, for progress, and for joy.
Okay. All right. Now, talking about youth and the future readiness, we all know that youths that have leadership education, they always stand out. There is this thing about them, so that's why we cannot overemphasize. We cannot put away the area of leadership in education. It is very important, but then, like you rightly said, it is not really happening. But then again, what mindset and competencies do you believe young professionals must develop to actually thrive in a rapidly changing global economy?
As a young professional, anywhere in the world, there are a few things within the corporate space or in terms of building your career that matters. It matters. It's essential. One of it is having a vision, or ability, at least being a visionary. And that's I like to say that being a visionary. Because being a visionary means that you understand what it means to build something, to mobilize people, to manage resources, and then to deploy those things in the achievement of certain goals. So being a visionary means that within your corporate space or within your career, you see the role that you play as part of the overall group in terms of achieving what you achieve. Whether you work in the bank, you work in the oil sector, you work in the service industry, whatever space you're working in. Being a visionary means you understand what it means to get things done, to achieve things, to deploy resource, to deploy time in a given direction, and to achieve a goal. That you will find those type of people will always understand and align correctly with the vision of the organization that they're working in.
Oh, wow.
It is always people that have zero sense of visionary thinking that get into an organization and they are just disruptive for being disruptive sake.
True.
They are selfish they are just self-seeking, and they are just very problematic, and they are always having the us versus them mindset and pitching people against each other and don't align with the leadership structure within the organization and in terms of where they work. Right? So visionary, being a visionary, having a visionary mindset. Sorry?
All right, Mr. Charavan, right. I'm talking about innovation and leadership. Innovation and leadership. How do you think leaders can balance traditional leadership models with the demands of a technology-driven, innovation-focused world? We know we are in an innovation-focused world right now. So how do you think that can help play?
So the thing with leaders is they should be able to see the curve before they get there. That's part of what it means to having a vision. You're able to see the curve before you get there, and you're able to make adjustments and realign your overall focus to take advantage of technological innovations that has the possibility to disrupt your business. All right, the very popular stories of Nokia and Kodak becomes a warning and flashpoints for any young leader right now building anything. You know that one small business somewhere in Johannesburg or Kigali is building a technology or is disrupting the space that you're playing in enough to take you out of business. So when you see new innovation happening within your space, within your niche, within your business context, what you need to do is as fast as possible, as quickly as possible, without any hindrance. Your first response should be curiosity. I want to learn, I want to understand as quickly as possible what this technological innovation means for my business, for my NGO, or whatever space you're playing in. You want to be curious, which I talked about at the beginning in terms of a commitment to learning. You have to be curious about that technology, about that innovation. And then you begin to find ways to inject it straight into what you are doing. And of course, you have to pace it properly, obviously. But you have to find that curiosity opens you up to insights that you can inject into what you are doing, and it can make it better and quicker and faster. So that's, to me, leaders, unless you're not a leader, unless you are just winging it and just assuming your way through what you're doing.
But now this brings me to the area of ethics and character. Ethics and character. We're actually in a time when ethical breaches are becoming more common globally, right? So now, what does authentic leadership look like to you? Authentic leadership, what does it look like to you?
For me, at the center of authentic leadership has to be integrity.
Okay.
And to me, that word integrity is not in the popular way in terms of how people use it. Integrity to me has to be a straight line consistency between your values, your vision, and your pursuit and your goals, where there's a consistency in what you say, what you do, how you act, whether people are looking at you or not looking at you, whether they say you are integrated correctly in your values. You are that's to me what integrity means. You are integrated correctly. And the word integrity comes from the word integers, which means that you are a strong character. You are consistent in any condition, in any context, in any country, in any room. You are a character. You are consistent. All right. So that means that just because somebody offers you more money or somebody treats you in a different way, then you change your reaction or you change your outcome based on pressures here and there. And of course, it's easy to say, but what we find is that leaders who continue to remain consistent with their values outlast by a mile leaders who are shifting by trend and shifting by pressures here and there.
I agree. I agree strongly.
Long term, find that long term sustenance of leadership in any space is hinged on strong integrity that aligns between your character, your competence, and your capacity.
I agree strongly.
There's something Reverend Sam usually say. There's something Reverend Sam usually say. Reverend Sam says, would you like a doctor a competent doctor who is a thief or who has bad character to treat you, or a not so competent doctor who is a good person to treat you? Right. So what you find is that there must be an alignment between competence and character, and then that also aligns with your capacity to get things done.
Oh wow! Okay, talking about nation building, right? What role do you believe strong leadership actually plays in economic development, governance, and even social stability?
Oh, I mean, everything rises and falls on leadership. Everything rises and falls on leadership at organizational level, in your personal life, and especially in the nation, right? It is almost impossible to lead a nation out of poverty, out of corruption, out of disorderliness, outside of leadership. It is almost impossible. It's almost impractical to even conceive the possibility of leading a nation out of ruins without a clear leadership framework that makes it possible, right? It is almost impossible because for you to do so, in terms of nation building, for there to be like a clear pathway out of this level of disorderliness and corruption and lack of infrastructure, there must be a clear leadership framework. And part of that framework will be, there must be a clear leadership national vision. All right, there must be a clear national vision. And it's not just to pay lip service to a vision and say we have a vision 2050 or vision 2025 or vision 2020, which has gone past anyways, and say and make a list. No, there must be commitment to that vision. There must be actions deployed consistently in line with that vision. There must be a review of that vision. There must be, and those things are leadership framework. So to answer the question, it is leadership across board, at state level, at national level, at federal level, at local level, and even at individual level. It's the only guarantee that a nation can develop and change its situation around for the better. It's only guaranteed. Only leadership guaranteed it.
Thank you so much for that. I think before my last question, I want to say concerning legacy and long-term impact, right? When you think about the future, what legacy do you hope to leave in the areas of leadership, personal influence, and even societal growth?
For me, in the last 10 years, my obsession has always been about how young people can, in spite of the environment that they are living in, this country, nation, whether across Africa as well, because the experience is almost the same, in spite of the context of our environment, we can tap into resources within ourselves and develop our leadership capacity and leadership potential and leadership abilities, produce value on the earth, trade that value economically, and then build a nation that we can hand over to our own children. That my own generation, our own generation of young people can, within the best of their capacity, right, make contribution to this country that works. And part of the commitment that we have to do that is to train at least 10,000 young leaders within the next 3 years and that commitment has led us to set up a few things. The part of the community, the academy that we have running right now called the Leadership Academy. And I speak and train and consult across multiple sectors as well. So for me, that is the commitment. And that commitment is so important, it's so valuable that I'm calling as many people to come on board, in your own little way, build your leadership.
Okay.
In your own little way, get better. The better you are, the better the contribution you can make at your office.
Sure.
The better the contribution you can make within your family, the better the contribution you can make to those who rely on you for strength and for succor. So you have to, that's the call. Get better, build your leadership. And we must not look at leadership just as a position thing. We have to look at leadership as one of the few guarantees on the earth to help process things better. It's leadership that helps you see things correctly and process things better.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Mr. Triumphant. Just like your name implies, I know you want every youth and to be a leader. You want to impart leadership to every youth, especially the Gen Zs right now. I know that if you have your way, you would do so much to impart a lot of leadership influence on them, so they can do so much more and satisfy, what you've been preaching and all along. Thank you so much for your time. We want to appreciate you for gracing a Business Morning this morning to, influence both the youth and adults that do need to have this leadership quality in them. So Nigeria and the global space will be better for it. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you so much for having me.
And that's all we have for you this morning on Business Morning. Thank you for staying with us through the breakfast show. And after now, we will bring to you our big story. And don't forget that you should remember business decisions are stronger when backed by the right information. I'm Destiny Mama. Stay tuned.
Good morning and welcome to the big story right here on the BDTV Breakfast Show. My name is Elizabeth Musa. This morning on the big story, we're examining a pressing issue affecting families across Nigeria, the sharp increase in fees across public universities and the growing belief that this may be driving students towards the Nigeria Education Loan Fund, which is a student loan scheme. With fees in some federal institutions rising by over 70 to 100%, many are questioning whether public universities are still fulfilling their mandate of affordable education. To help us explore the cultural and social implications of this shift, we're joined by culture advocate Seun Olota. Welcome to the show, Seun.
Morning, thank you, Lizzie.
It's good to have you this morning. Seun, let's start by talking about culturally. We see that public universities have always been the equalizer for Nigerian families. When you see fees jumping this drastically, what does it signal to you about the direction of our educational culture?
Well, it's actually very disturbing, but on the other hand, also, we can't blame the universities. Reason being that they have a lot to face, cost of running the schools, operational costs, maintenance, they have salaries to pay, recurrent expenditures and all that. And the government is actually not fulfilling its promises from the past. There was a time, because I liaise with my lecturers and I do things with them in the university. There was a time the lecturers even said they were not fighting for their own remuneration, but can you just please update the system, upgrade the system? So it's a mixture of things, but we also, that's where this conversation are coming in from different angles. We can't push the whole of the way to the students. We can't push the whole of the way to parents. Even the lecturers are parents too. Some of their children are in the system. A lot of them, their children are in the system. So it's the Nigerian factor, and at this developmental stage of Nigeria, we all have to just come in with our expertise, our contributions. I can, like one Nigerian businessman was saying something the last time that rich people should just cut down on their lavish lifestyle and let's put money into proper investment. And education is one of such investments that will secure our future. Imagine if we send our kids abroad to go and study, give them all the benefits, or let them study in the best of schools here, they will still aspire to become maybe ministers, governors, lawmakers, or even run their own businesses. And at the end of the day, they rise to the top and they find out people surrounding them are these street boys who could not afford education many years ago. What are they going to do? Or they find people who are not equipped for the job. That's what we're finding with some of the graduates, not all the graduates, but some of the graduates. They finish from schools because some of the schools are not well equipped, some of the lecturers are demotivated, but we still have lecturers that are motivated and dedicated to the job. So it's a whole lot of mixtures. But with the NEL Fund, I think the NEL Fund is a good step in the right direction for Nigeria. We just have to keep bettering the developmental process, our developmental process, because initially the enactment of 2023 was repealed and reenacted with the 2024 Act. And that is just about development. It's not anything fantastic that one governor or one president signed into law. You have been given the responsibility to represent the people. And for every growth, the successors must build on past successes and past development. So it's just something natural, not anything extraordinary, but it's a good step that some of the challenges of the past were factored into this new one. And in terms of barrier of qualification, requirement to access the loan or to qualify for the loan, administration of the loan, the bodies administering the loan, and the purpose also, and what it caters for in terms of fees. The past one did not cater for expense, living expense, and institutional charges, which in fact has been scholars and professionals have even said that the institutional fees, they constitute more than the amount for the school fees. So that has been factored in and is a good step in the right direction. Maybe as we go along, we go deeper into some of the issues.
Right. Sean, one of the things we see is that parents are saying that the system is slowly pricing them out. When you're looking from a cultural standpoint, what does this actually do to family aspirations and to generational progress in itself?
Well, see, the for some families now, this will cause culture gap, as we call knowledge gap, income gap, a lot of gaps, a lot of deficiencies, and a lot of problems. Also, that somebody who cannot afford to acquire good education definitely will not even aspire for something greater, and there will also be that complex that start to set in over time. So it's something that has to be really looked into and worked on. And some family, they have this cultural, a family tradition. Oh, family tradition of maybe businessmen, of running family businesses, of being professionals. What it happens, finance of the family might be affected in some way. So those kids or those children will not keep that legacy of the family. The legacy is not for the family, for the parents trying to use their children to fulfill their own failed ambition, but just that, look, averagely in this family, even if you want to become a pepper seller, you must attain basic education. So some families, maybe somebody who was incapacitated or parents who died along the line, such children, and that's why we must give it to NELFund. Initially, the criteria was that, part of the criteria was that you need to have maybe families with income within the range of 500,000 naira in a year. There are even some middle class families who earn more than that also struggle to pay school fees. So I think this will lessen the burden, the problem on those families. And but interestingly, I just found out that the funds, regionally, people that access the fund, you find more from north, central, north, west, south, west, and maybe north central. Benin, I can't find in the southeast. What is happening? The same thing with this opportunity was called for recruitment to the Nigerian army. We still find this kind of gap also. So I think the southeastern governors really need to encourage their people or give orientation to their people. Nobody's against anybody. The ball has been set, the game field has been set open. Come in and play. Come in and apply for these things. And the caveat also is that for the students, it's a privilege. It's not your right. Well, it's your right also, but it shouldn't be abused. We all don't need some of these loans, folks. It's not all loans that are really good for you, really. And I also found some other loopholes in it. For instance, for somebody that just wants to use it for 2 years or would need it for maybe like a year to continue, must they take the 4 years loan? And also for postgraduate students who studies just maybe like 1 year or for 2 years, won't they be able to qualify for this loan? They should start to look in this direction too. such that, because we have grants are not really coming to lecturers. A lot of grants abroad. That's why a lot of Nigerians have been able to study abroad. And for people who have enjoyed this facility, they should understand that there's also a responsibility on them not to block the way for others coming, because some other people ahead have done things that made this possible for them. Also, what will happen in case of when somebody drops out? So will that money waste, except it's for technical ability kind of study, where the technical ability, but we even need to follow up with such people. Where did they move to? Now, there's also one area in this, the diaspora remittances, the diaspora fund that come into Nigeria, estimated around $20 to $25 billion. About 5.5 to 6%, 5 to 6% of Nigeria's GDP. That is very, very huge. And that has really saved a lot of families. I really saved a lot of business people by friends supporting them, or a sister or brother coming in with good and telling them to sell, or just giving them forex to change things. That if Nigeria wants to really capture or work on this Japa syndrome, Nigeria can formalize it. So it's just like skilled men coming in from Benin to come and do the best tailors in Nigeria are people from those places. In fact, best tailors, because our children don't even want to read, don't want to learn these trades anymore. Everybody wants to go to formal school. Sometimes some people that don't even have any business in such places, because there's also even segregation between even universities graduates and polytechnic graduates and colleges of education graduates. So I think it's about an orientation thing and developmental too. As we're developing, we should develop our people, our system, and our mindset. The basic way to do it is just putting structures in place. The university is the first place. We should now we're talking about the hiking in price, in education price, cost of school fees, tuition fees, and all that. Modern aid equipment to teach are not cheap. Probably you have to search for them from Europe or the Americas. It's not cheap. If we won't have to manufacture them locally, these materials are not cheap. Operating laboratory.
Come here, Sean. I hear all that you say, but I'm just going to ask a very quick question. We are seeing students saying that school authorities are actually encouraging them to just take the loan, just like you have mentioned. Do you think that this fee hike that we're seeing is indirectly pushing young people into a debt culture?
Well, for businessmen, we talk about good loan and bad loan. If you're collecting loan to service lavishness, that is so foolish. That's bad loan. But if I have a bid to do something or to bid for bigger job as a small company and I don't have the funds, I can team up with people, partnership. I can get bank loan. I can sort for loans for friends or family. And if I get angel investor, it's good. This one is like an angel investor, not pushing the money at you, making the money available. Do you need it? If you really need it, go for it. I mean, even the biggest of them in business, they don't all use their private personal money to run their business concerns. One time or the other, you need loan, and loan does not necessarily have to be financial. Sometimes it can be leveraging on goodwill, on material resources, and some others. It can also be in terms of grants. Or grants, if you don't have to pay back, but before you are given the grant, they will look at the sustainability of what they also are putting. It's a kind of investment. So this is a kind of investment. That was what I was trying to say, that the students should not. That's where the guardian should also help these children to maintain mental balance in terms of not getting carried away. Don't think it's free for all. This money that has to be paid back, and don't, instead of spending 4 years or 2 years, do like my father will always say, just get what you have to get and leave the place, because the following year the requirement might change. A lot of factors can come in. So it's just for the student also to know that as their parents are trying, they should also start to take on responsibility. And I'm very sure that, I mean, the body in charge of the body managing the fund, they do their own due diligence also to screen, but not screen in terms of that's kind of screening that will be like for people bidding for position. They just want to check that you're a Nigerian, you have an admission, you have an N9 and BVN, we can track you. So I mean the lecturers are just trying to encourage them. But I think in between all this, we should just then the public-private partnership too can help lessen, like for the laboratories, for people who are in mass communication, you are a communicator also. Most of their studios may not be up to date, or people in the informal sector, even just in the theaters, they will find some of the serious, but the serious may not be enough. We have a lot of studios, a lot of creative centers in Lagos where they can just attach their students to, or practice, not only the practical, but the hands-on experience, when we talk about the town and the gown coming together. So when they get into the field, they are not like, because I was listening to a TV broadcast week back, and this man said a lecturer in the university, I think a doctor, had to come to their newsroom and get employed. That when they started sending him around, do this, press this, do this, and the man was just like, wow, I've been teaching these courses for years, theoretically teaching now, but the practical hands-on experience, these are the people who are doing the day-to-day activities. You are the journalists going to interview people on the field. It's different from, investigate journalism 101, you do this, you verify your story, you do this, you do that. It's different for the people who go. So these labs are there. The public-private partnership can also help lessen we're not pushing the responsibility to them, but in the meantime, it can, over time, as the universities are getting funded to upgrade, because we cannot underemphasize. I mean, you can see the same thing that happened with Harvard and the president of the United States recently trying to cut down their funding. They took him to court. Even with that, they're still saying the funds are still not enough. And this fund, if the university can get well funded for researches, they can trade knowledge. They can trade intellectual property. The engineering department, whatever they build, can be put on sale. They look for investors also, international investors that can come into massive production of some of these prototypes. So it's a whole lot of work. But the basic fact is that I don't want to use third world. The developing countries have their peculiar challenges, and as it will affect their finances, it will affect health, it will affect education, it will affect, but it doesn't mean we should now fold our hands and say nothing can be done, nothing should be done. But for me, when I saw the NEL fund, I saw the reformation. For me, in my own days, we just get scholarship, we get federal, what is your state bursary fund, one scholarship also that I won. They just gave us some part of the money, and they said the remaining part will be used for buying book materials, and that was the end of it. So that's the reason why this new reform came, where the money will be disbursed directly to in the right way, the administration, so that the issue of corruption, issue of nepotism and all that can really be. But Nigerians, they find their ways around it. multiple disbursement too can be checked. Nigerians find their ways around it, but with this current one, I think we should give it to them. And I believe as they move forward, another developmental. There will be. It's just like researches, people or feedbacks that come in, and after a while, they know. I think we should reform this. We should reform this. So we get better.
Right.
We get better.
Yeah, and we also see that some of the parents actually fear that this higher education, they think that it may soon become accessible only to a select few. Do you see this actually happening, and do you see this widening Nigeria's inequality gap?
We've said that before, and we have been saying this over time, that education, now the way, okay, for the private universities, that one is a fact. That you must be the children of the rich. People abroad, the private universities are there too, but not as overpriced as ours here. You can get several private universities that even also give scholarship, that give those incentives for bright students. Some are own faith-based, like we have the CMS grammar schools and those missionary schools. They still have some of them. I have a friend in Canada who she moved from Haiti to Canada for further studies, and she was sponsored by a religious body. So that gap for the poor not being able to afford education, if we're not careful, it will get to that, and it's almost getting to that. And so disturbing that even the one that we all should be enjoying, the public universities, the prices that the fees are getting alarming. But I'm very confident that the lecturers and the school administrators are not doing that to without anybody, but the reality of the time is just that. It's just like salaries are not increased in many business and government concerns. And even the heads, they go to the same market as their driver, their gatemen, their office assistants, and the manager. But some of them are not reviewing these salaries while they are getting raised pays as the lawmakers are getting bigger, and the people like so. It's making us not even close the gap, the poverty gap is making us not close. So it's the same way, the same thing happening. But with this education, in the education sector, we need to fight it brutally. In the sense that, okay, education, rather than we seeing it as social investment, we are seeing it as social investment. Some people are beginning to see that only a cash and carry, only you that have money can access it. It shouldn't be. Just as it's done with children, a child must not be found at home abroad. Even your neighbor will report you. It's like a socially shared responsibility. Not even now social responsibility anymore.
Okay. So what does this also tell us, real quick, for students that are considering dropping out or shifting to vocational path, what does this tell us about the evolution of our youth culture and our future identity?
Yeah, the current youth culture about making money and making it fast is also at play too. And the segment before, Mr. Richard spoke about that also, that idea that you can see somebody that cannot even express himself, he gets on YouTube. We're not saying we want to glorify such things. He just makes the mess of himself and he becomes a celebrity. And there was even one recently that called for graduates and people showed up. As it's not that people laughed at that event, but for me, it says so much about the future and the direction Nigeria is heading, which has to be rescued. A lot of them don't believe that, and I think it has to also do what kind of parents they have. It also has to come from home too, but even some parents are not exposed to that level, that's where national orientation agency have to come in. And people that have a voice, you have a platform, you're playing your own part, you're doing your own beats. And okay, look at the celebrity, the reality shows. Somebody just goes there from nowhere, nothing, and comes overnight, it becomes a millionaire, 5 million. Who will out? Then you go for mathematics competition and debate competition. You come out and they give you just a laptop and maybe only 50,000 naira, 20,000 naira. So how are we making education attractive? We're talking about people that dropped out based on those factors. There are also those that dropped out because they cannot afford it. And there are some that cannot cope, meaning that we're just pushing everybody. Because if you don't like university, it becomes a trend that, oh no, I must go to university. But just for some people in Europe, in Western world, once they discover your talent, maybe from childhood, like the lives of Messi and those kind of people, they start to tailor you towards that talent. They attach you with a master, but you learn the basic writing, reading, aptitude skill, and you're already set. There's no point going to learn algebra that you may not ever use in your life. All those SOCAT, all those things we learned, all those exponentials we learned in further maths. I didn't, I might be using them not consciously, but sometimes you don't even have any business with some of these things.
All right. Thank you very much, Mr. Seun Olota, for joining us this morning on The Big Story. Your insights were truly welcome and very insightful. Thank you so much, and do enjoy the rest of your day.
It's really a pleasure.
Well, this has been The Big Story right here on the BDTV Breakfast Show. Up next is Social Listening. Do stay with us. Good morning and welcome back to the BDTV Breakfast Show. This is Social Listening, where we check out some of the stories making the rounds on social media. My name is Elizabeth Musa and I'm joined this morning by
Onyeka Valentine.
Onyeka Valentine. What's everyone talking about today? Lots of things, right?
Yes.
Yes.
We give them what they need to hear in the morning.
Yeah.
It's still morning anyway.
It's still morning. Almost noon now.
Almost noon now. So now we're about to let them know that social media space actually cannot be ignored.
It cannot be ignored. It's always buzzing. Now, this time around, the CBN, which is the Central Bank of Nigeria, is preparing to scrap the long-standing requirement for bank references when opening a current account. It's not an official policy yet, but the recommendation is gaining serious momentum, and banks are already adjusting in expectations. Now, this move is tied to the way Nigeria's financial system has evolved. Now, the old referee system belongs to a time when identity verification was largely manual. With BVNs, NINs, and digital KYC tools, which is Know Your Customer tools, now firmly in place, the central bank says it's time to simplify things. The goal is to make account opening easier, to reduce friction for diaspora Nigerians, and to expand access for new customers who struggle with getting referees. And I think this is a move in a positive, a meaningful move in the right direction, if you ask me, because we've really gone past the time where we're, so manual, where, even companies, when I go to a company now, they're still like saying, fill this form. And I'm saying, okay, can I, what's the link? And they're giving me papers. I worry. Because we're past those times. So this is actually a very good one if right now, because you know how you're trying to get referees, you could just reach out to one or two of your friends. Oh, please, can you, and they just sign something, online. But with the old manual approach where okay, I'll find a way to get the form across to you. No, now this is 2026. I'm already in 20. I'm already in 2026. So yeah, it's a meaningful move forward. So let's see some of the comments on social media and see how Nigerians are reacting to this conversation before we just take a quick analysis of the situation. Great man, Bolaji said it will be a better move. How will I be looking for reference from people that use the bank before I get an account from them? Exactly. Good one. Do we have more reactions? Uyai says this will be a massive relief for diaspora Nigerians and small business owners. Less friction equals easier access to legitimate banking services. Akiumi Ola Alagbe says asking people to sign a reference for you can be a somewhat annoying and time-consuming task. Do we have one more reaction? D. Oshinaike says, this man knows what he's doing. I wish whoever becomes the next president would retain him. Well. Any words?
Well, again, they say when there are reforms in any institution, whether it is finance or as the case may be, you can't just lead all attributes and all gains to the person who's in charge. Obviously, he has other advisors. He has, his team of, think tank team. However, it's a great move. I think Cardoso, he knows exactly where he wants to take Nigeria to come 2026 and beyond. However, let's also remember that there was a reason why this reference thing was put in place in the first place many years ago. Because, back in the days when the idea of 419, where banking system was more analog than digital. I'm talking about the 80s, the 90s. A lot of people get with a lot of things where you come with a check, right? You want to come and cash money, you just take a check and in. But now, after that, a lot of things change because then introduction of, of course, the reference will come. Okay, can we know your other addresses? There are more checks and balances. There were more checks and balances that were introduced. Now, I'm running through history now, why all those were quite important. However, it now turns out that the more we are becoming more internet savvy, more digitalized, we are becoming more, times are changing so quickly, right? I might now agree with him saying, look, can we make banking far more easier? So for them to now say, can we boycott this reference thing? Because not everybody wants to reference your account or wants to put their name to you, knowing that human beings were quite dynamic. Today, I might be a good Valentine. Who knows tomorrow? Circumstance could make me change my character. So if they're looking for me, they can't find me. They will now go and look for the person who signed a shorty or reference for me. So times are changing. If this is going to help common Nigerians to be able to make sure their money is secure, good and fine for me. But what does this now mean for the banking system? I'm sure they begin to look at other areas that can use to mitigate any issue in case it arises in the future. Otherwise, scrapping it will mean there's a lacuna there. Criminals, don't forget, criminals and criminality, they doesn't sleep. Whenever you create a new idea and create a new, law or whatever, they find ways to circumvent it.
No, that's for sure. So they'll definitely have to find,
something else that can replace that will be easy for you to, I am Elizabeth, I walk into a bank, all I need to do is all my fingertips. We have NIN, we have BVN, we have fingerprint, we have facial recognition. All that is in place. That's enough for us to say, look, you cannot perpetrate any financial crime without being caught, or they catch you and stop you on your tracks. Now the area of reference is being removed. Give and take. Is that going to create a lacuna? If, for what it's worth, it has now become mundane because we're moving so fast, right? Now, with the comfort of your living room with your phone, you can transfer millions and receive millions.
So I think that it's just removing that manual referee method or of doing things. I think we'll still have a way to get verification. I mean, it's KYC, that we still have a what's it called? A digital way to still know your customer, to still get the verification needed. There's BVN, just as I mentioned earlier. There's NIN, there are other things. So there'll probably be links one has to fill. The good thing is it's not yet off. It's not yet an official policy yet. Yes. It's still just gaining momentum. So I'm sure that just as the times are going, because we can't keep doing things like we're still in the dinosaur era rather. So definitely we need to move forward. I'm sure that they will definitely put everything in check in terms of the technical aspects, fine-tuning everything.
Yeah. Also, it's interesting. When there are less work to be done, it's important to do something so people can now say, okay, this person is working. Is that also the case?
Well, I don't think that's the case. Especially this is 2026 now. We're no longer in Stone Age. Let's do away with papers.
Right.
I mean, it's even better for our what's it called, for our environment. Please, let's do away with papers, burning and all of that stuff, and stacking up papers when everything can be digital. Yeah. Let's move on now and talk about the viral video that has been revealed. Someone mixing industrial dye into palm oil to make it look richer and more appealing. Wow. Whew. Now, this clip triggered outrage because this substance used like Sudan Ivy and other banned dyes are linked to cancer and organ damage. Now, doctors and nutrition experts say this is more than just food fraud. They describe it as a slow and dangerous poisoning that can affect the liver, the kidneys, fertility, and overall well-being. Now, this adulteration also strips palm oil of its natural nutrients and makes it unstable. People are now urging NAFDAC to step in quickly to find the sellers involved and to shut down the distribution chain. Consumers are also being warned if the oil looks too red, too shiny, or doesn't smell natural, it may have been tampered with. Look, I think there's so many things that poverty leads people to, but even if you want to, I'm trying to find the right word so I don't pass the wrong message. Even if you want to do things, maybe because of desperation and because of lack of money, why are you doing things that have for innocent people? Why are you doing things that have the tendency to kill people because you're looking for money?
So in all ramification, right, there is no way this story comes out with any tweet of a smile on anyone's face. Because if you are part and parcel of this kind of wickedness beyond human imagination, simply means that you have now become someone who is willing to, aid the extinction of the human race. Because truth be told, the staple food of every African comes with palm oil.
Of course.
You know, so
every single
so
thing.
my question is, if you are trying to cut corners and make money, right? Have you forgotten that you also have family members too who will maybe so let's put it this way. Let's assume I don't cook myself. I'm a good cook, by the way. Let's assume I don't cook myself.
You just had to throw that.
Yeah, I have to throw that just in case, you know. Let's tell my market like this.
Oh, okay, keep it up.
So I mean, if I have to go to a restaurant to eat, right? Like every other person, and I want to enjoy my egusi soup and pounded yam. I love pounded yam so much.
Okay, you've thrown that in. Okay.
You know, and then I'm not going to ask those who are the caterers or those who cook the food in a restaurant, please, what kind of palm oil do you use? Of course, I just want to buy and eat and go.
You're even talking from the point of going to buy food, or maybe you go to. You've forgotten that it's not just buying food. It's you could go to a friend's place. You could be offered food. Are you going to ask them, oh, let me see your oil? You could go for an event. But the point is, even if you're making your food, you could still buy this oil. And no. Anytime I go to the market to buy oil, I ask them. I would say, hope say this palm oil good. They'll tell me, yes, it's good. No. I always laugh at myself whenever I ask those questions because I'm like, what am I even trying to do? Because I don't know the indices to find out if it's good oil or bad oil. I just ask those questions. They'll tell me, this is the best one. See, I'm not. I just laugh.
And this is the danger now. The danger is
so you don't know.
Exactly. Those who are in this evil business trying to adulterate at the same time have more quantity or whatever. I don't know what their aim is. Don't they have family members that maybe they don't believe that they'll also be exposed to these things? It's like you saying, look, I'm tired of the whole world. I want the whole world to go blind. And so you pour acid in the air.
Or do they think they are not also susceptible because they don't always cook their meals?
That's my point. So, you see, it doesn't make any sense. You don't pour sand into the wind hoping to blind your enemy when the wind is blowing both your directions. It simply means they're also going to blind yourself also. So if this story actually, has come out, which it has already, come out with all the facts, so we don't have to run any investigative journalism about it again, and this is the end fact of the story, then it's appalling and it's just unfortunate. So this is where I want to employ our clerics, our pastors, our imams. These people, whoever they are, probably might want to come to your place of service of worship and come and be part of your worship, whatever it is. Talk to them. Maybe they will listen to you because it appears that in this country we're very religious.
I would also say that in the quest for money, have some decency as a human being. What exactly are you doing? Just like you said, the breeze blows everywhere. Of course. You could also be the one consuming this because you could go and buy food, or except because if you're that poor that you're infusing unwanted substances to make the oil look like real oil, that means you'll definitely be going for events where parties where they could. And it could be one of they could make use of the oil that you created. So the problem you created, you could also ingest it, and you could also. So people should just be careful. I mean, we can't be careful enough, really. I mean, at the end of the day, I'm going to go spiritual and say it's only God that will help us.
And there's a business part to it. Can you imagine if the international world, right, those who want to buy our oil to export to make money, realize that this is not the order of the day? Do you know what damage it would do to the palm oil industry?
Exactly. That's the bigger. That's actually a very big issue. One to actually think about.
It's a big issue.
Let's see some of the reactions on social media and see how Nigerians are reacting to this conversation. Olowe Bowale says, we have to seriously start a lot of enforcement in Nigeria. There are actually laws meant for these situations, but no enforcement. In fact, the government can create more jobs through enforcement.
I disagree with this person.
I agree with this person.
So the enforcement are already there already. If they now say, can we have some form of orientation so that the law enforcement agents can really pinpoint and be more active, then I will say yes. Why do we have NAFDAC? NAFDAC is there to actually move to market. See, the law provides NAFDAC the power to move to the market, move to places where supply is taking place, move to factories, in fact, they can even stop there and say, can we see what you have? Can we have litmus test? The law provides them such opportunity. So I would want to disagree and say this person should understand that it's important that we send across the right facts. Actually, on the contrary, the government has an enforcement agency which is responsible for for what we ingest, food and drugs, which is not.
So they're not doing enough.
Yes, that's the point.
Okay, so let's agree to disagree. Olori of Olori says, even if you check this in your home, how do you check it when it's used outside to cook for you?
Great question.
When you buy or order food in restaurants,
can we have NOA? Can we have NOA, National Rotation Agency,
to do what?
To begin to synthesize, send across those messages on videos, or in videos, documentaries, employ our services, while we broadcasters, while media people do documentaries, and display our platform also.
How do you even know that the oil is good or bad? That's my big question. Because you're saying that, but saying this, how do we even know? Personally, how do I know? I'm saying it because I go to the market. How do I even know? Like, I don't know. Look, these things are just, people should just desist from this thing, because to be honest, I don't even know good oil from bad oil. I'm not even talking about this one that they put this substance. I'm talking about how when our mothers will say, oh, this one, the way they can look and say, this one is fresh. I don't know. I'll be honest with you. So I don't even know. Talk less of knowing the one that
I think there's some substance. Maybe we might have some home investigative way that we can actually tell authenticity of oil and, of course, the one that is adulterated.
Maybe our mothers should help.
Just the way we have, honey. There's this litmus test used to test if the honey has been adulterated or not. I think it has to do with you, if you can light a match. There's some certain way or
so. But that means you have to get home.
Yes,
to do that. So when you're in the market, how do you know when you're trying to buy it? I think we need to find out. So we'll come back on this show and also inform our audience, because how do I know when they're telling me this is the best oil? I don't know, to be honest.
Do we taste it?
Taste the poison first.
Taste the poison first.
There's a comment from Ola. It says, Nigeria's biggest problem isn't the government or even poverty. It's greed. Exactly. Nigerians will do anything for money and don't care who gets hurt in the process. Some Nigerians, there are poor people everywhere in the world, but they don't harm others just to survive. What makes it worse is that this person lives in a community, has neighbors, yet everyone minds their business like it doesn't concern them. Look, I'm just going to say, people, please, just love your neighbor as yourself. When you're creating things like this, creating these problems, think about that. It could also affect you.
Right.
It could affect. Look, it's not funny. Shei Boss says, important tips. Okay, so this person has given us the tip I've been looking for. Real palm oil separates when poured into water.
There we go.
While fake or dyed ones may stay mixed or change color unnaturally.
There we go.
Always smell it. Authentic palm oil has a distinct earthy aroma. Stay alert and protect your health. Shei Boss, thank you so much.
This is the best.
Shei Boss, thank you. So when we go to the market now, do we take water with us? Your oil is good. Let me put. Oh, I'm tired. I'm actually tired I'm already exhausted. I'm tired. I don't like stress.
But I tell you, when it comes to health, I don't think we should be tired, because if you take a trip and go to hospitals and see people who have dreams and aspirations like you and I, who are probably more even talented than you and I, but they are locked down due to ill health. We now understand that our health cannot be mortgaged or taken, lightly.
Right.
We cannot compromise.
Yeah. Finally, social media is buzzing over TikTok's temporary restriction on late night live streams in Nigeria. Now, users can host or join live sessions between 11 p.m. and 5 a.m. as the platform investigates a spike in explicit content and other violations coming from the region. Now, the hours affected are actually peak viewing periods for many Nigerian creators who run game nights, talk shows, and entertainment-driven lives. For some of these sessions, these are a major source of income through virtual gifts. Now, the restriction has disrupted their routine and earnings, leading some users to complain that they are being unfairly punished for the actions of a few. And that's always the problem in Nigeria. It's like, unfortunately, because the sins of others will now turn to the punishment of even those that are innocent. Right. Because there are people, there are TikTok creators doing great job, but because of this bad eggs that have decided to use it as a form of explicit content, all of that stuff, now they're trying to shut down late night streams and we know how many young Nigerian creators have made so much money thanks to TikToks and all of that, the likes of Pella and the like. So it's just unfortunate. But let's see what pans out from there. I'll take a look at some of the reactions, just a few of them, then we can wrap up on this conversation. Olani says, TikTok didn't just wake up and restrict late night lives for nothing. When over 49,000 Nigerian live sessions get banned in one quarter, something is seriously off. 49,000. The platform is trying to clean house, even if it hurts creators temporarily. So you might need to just change the type of content you create. Do we have one more reaction or two? Olani still says, creators are complaining, but TikTok is protecting its brand. If the late night lives are filled with inappropriate content, then a temporary shutdown is better than a complete clampdown later. Those are some of the reactions on social media. But I'm just going to say that for creators, the ones that have decided to use that platform to now push explicit content, push and violate the rules, violate TikTok rules, because we all know that TikTok is that platform that it's almost without regulations, I would say. It's so easy to use. It's free for all. There's little or no barrier for entry. So if you've gotten such a platform where you can easily make money, and you decided to, out of all the content in the world, decide to create explicit content, and because of your content now, they are banning livelihoods of over 49,000 people, then you might need to rethink your motive, rethink your strategy, rethink whatever it is you're doing. There's so much content to create. Every day you see all sort of things online. So why do you have to go to the one? I'm not trying to be a moral police here, but look.
So I mean, content creators, and I mean, we know content is king, and people are beginning to make a livelihood from it. The question now is, if TikTok is saying, I'm looking at it from a different angle. If TikTok is saying they want to, restrict, my question is, don't you know people who actually, are busy using your platform to push this kind of illicit content? I mean, right there you can see the algorithm will show you clearly enough. They have their monitoring teams the way they know how to monitor it. So why punish plenty for the sins of few?
You are the opinion that they clamp down on those people.
So there's something else they're not telling us. Remember, people stay in businesses for a lot of reasons, but predominantly to make money. However, TikTok is so big that it can also be used. So let's be honest. It can be politicized. Let's be honest, It can also be used for a lot of other things. And you see, people don't know this. If you are not doing my biddings, and I realize that I have a major stake in your environment, all I have to just do is reduce my level of influence. You will budge. These are ways that you can get, environments, government.
All right, I see the angle
to do your biddings for you. Because you can't tell me that. So let's say you have 500,000 users from Nigeria. Do you know how much they are making? I mean, these are premium content creators giving content on the real time. So TikTok, as far as I'm concerned, will start to make more money because you'll get more attention to their network than the little few people who do, so-called quote and unquote illicit material. After all, for crying out loud, you can simply just do what? You can block those ones. And before they start getting on that TikTok account.
So just flag, I'm sure you have methods to flag those accounts, and then you can restrict those accounts from being able to broadcast, stream live and whatnot. But let's just see how this entire thing, unfortunately for the people that would have to now bear the brunt or the consequences of all of this thing.
There's something they're not telling us, Elizabeth.
Yes.
We know this.
But I mean, what they're not telling us, it will be for us to find out eventually. Exactly. But that's why we leave it this morning on the social listening segment right here on the Business Day Breakfast Show. Thank you so much for watching. My name is Elizabeth Musa.
I'm Monica Valentine.
Until tomorrow, stay safe.
morning and welcome to the Business News Hour. I'm Glory Brown. Let's take a look at the major business stories making headlines today. Nigeria's gross foreign exchange reserves climbs to highest since 2019. CBN grants final licenses to 82 bear the change. Zenith Bank leads Taiwan gains as all share index rises 0.26%. NUPRC denies withholding frontier exploration funds, says $185 million, 14.9 billion naira already released to NNPC. Federal government cuts signature bonuses to as low as $3 million as 2025 oil licensing roundup. Federal government end cash payment in MDS, POS takeover. Let's begin with news in Nigeria, where the country's gross reserves rose to their strongest level in 6 years in a boost for the naira that has witnessed modest depreciation in the past weeks. Data from the Central Bank of Nigeria revealed that foreign exchange reserves surged to $45.04 billion as of the 4th of December 2025 from the $44.66 billion they were at the end of last month. According to analysts at FBN Quest Merchant Bank, gross official reserves are expected to remain broadly stable, supported by improved market transparency, greater operational efficiency, and the sustained impact of the CBN's foreign exchange market reforms. Analysts attributed the marginal increase to the $2.4 billion Eurobond issuance in November, which were oversubscribed by 400% FX receipts from oil export and resilient remittance inflows. The reserves accretion follows a reported increase in the nation's net reserves to $29 billion compared to $23.11 billion at the end of last year. This surge is expected to bring a breather to the Nigeria and Naira that fell by 1.8% month on month to 146.7 Naira per dollar. Also, the Central Bank of Nigeria has issued final licenses to 82 bear the change operators under its revised regulatory framework, marking a major step in tightening oversight of the retail foreign exchange market. The licenses effective November 27, 2025 were granted under the Bank and Other Financial Institutions Act 2020 and the updated regulatory and supervisory guidelines for BDC operations released earlier this year. In a statement signed on Monday by Akama Sidi Ali, the CBN's acting director of corporate communications, the regulator said the approval followed a rigorous review process designed to strengthen compliance, improve transparency, and ensure that only fit and proper operators partake in the market. Sidi Ali stated that only bureau the change listed on the bank's website are authorized to operate from the effective date. The move effectively creates a narrower, more tighter supervised pool of BDCs following years of concerns about weak documentation, parallel market abuses, and inadequate capitalization among operators. Sidi Ali said the central bank will continuously update the list of approved operators to enable the public verify which BDCs hold valid licenses, adding that the list can be accessed on the CBN's website. The CBN has in recent months stepped up efforts to clean up the sector as part of broader reforms aimed at stabilizing the Naira and improving the credibility of FX administration. The CBN urged individuals and businesses to exercise caution when engaging in retail FX transactions, saying adherence to the new licensing regime is essential to safeguarding transparency and protecting consumers. Still on, Nigeria's oil share index kicked off the week on a positive note, closing the December 8, 2025 section higher by 307.9 points at 107.9, supported by gains across several large cap stocks, including 4.50% rise in Zenith Bank.
Monday's close represents a 0.26% increase from Friday's level of 147.6, extending the market's winning streak to 5 seasons. Activity also strengthened with trading volume rising to 550.8 million shares, up from 361 million recorded in the previous section. Market capitalization follows suit, edging up to 93.9 trillion naira across 30,000 deals, compared with 93.7 trillion naira on Friday. By transaction value, Zenith Bank led comfortably with trades worth 2.7 billion naira. The all shares index is close to recovering from a recent push, which is below the 143,000 mark in the last November 2025. If buying momentum strengthens across mid and large cap stocks, the markets could be on track to rebound towards the 150,000 level. Meanwhile, the Nigerian Upstream Petroleum Regulatory Commission has rejected claims that it is withholding the Frontier Exploration Fund meant for the Nigerian National Petroleum Company Limited, saying all certified payments have already been disbursed. In a statement on Monday, NUPRC spokesperson Eniola Akinkuotu said the fund is not held by the Commission, but it is domiciled in the Central Bank of Nigeria account, adding that NUPRC's responsibility is limited to evaluating NNPC's work plans and approving payments tied to verified activities. Akinkuotu explained that the Frontier Exploration Fund is not in their custody but held in a CBN-controlled account. He noted that approvals are granted only for certified activities and awarded contracts, adding that no payment can be approved where a contract has not been awarded. Akinkuotu said the Commission engaged PricewaterhouseCoopers to conduct an independent asset and assessment of NNPC's claims before authorizing the disbursement, a step he said was taken to strengthen transparency. He stated that the NUPRC has so far disbursed $185.12 million and 14.9 billion naira to the National Oil Company, noting that the most recent approval was $140 million tranche cleared on November 27, 2025. The Commission urged the public to seek clarification directly from NNPC and avoid faceless individuals propagating misinformation aimed at undermining the regulators. In a related development, the federal government has again slashed the signature bonuses required for oil blocks bidders, reducing the payments to between $3 million and $7 million as part of efforts to lower entry barriers in the 2025 licensing round. The Nigerian Upstream Petroleum Regulatory Commission disclosed the revised rate in an update on its website, saying all bidders must now submit offers within the new range approved by the Minister of Petroleum Resources. The latest cut continues the government shift away from the historically high signature bonuses that once defined Nigerians' licensing rounds. In 2024, the NUPRC reduced the bonus from about $200 million to $10 million after benchmarking the Nigerians against regimes in countries like Brazil. Under last year's structure, deepwater's assets attracted a $10 million bonus, while shallow water and onshore blocks required $7 million. Those figures have now been further reduced to $7 million and $3 million respectively. The NUPRC clarified that the signature bonus is to be paid exclusively in US dollars, noting that the designated account for the payment is dollar-dominated. You're watching the Business News Hour. We'll take a short break and return with more stories. Stay with us.
Information is everywhere. But insights, that is rare. Business Day Premium gives you analysis, data, and context that keep you ahead. Business Day Premium. Read deeper, decide smarter.
They say money never sleeps. Wake up to clarity, insights, and the stories driving business in Nigeria and beyond. From the heartbeat of small and medium enterprises to the pulse of national economic policy, this is where business meets perspective. With expert guests, real-time analysis, and stories that matter to you, we go beyond headlines to bring you the full picture. Join us every morning as we break down the numbers, decode the policies, and spotlight the people shaping our economy. This is Business Morning.
We are not just showing off businesses. We're telling the stories behind them. The hustle, the art, the orders, and the wins.
Startup Spotlight, showing every Monday on Business Day television.
Welcome to the Triumph Against Odd podcast.
Most people go through their lives without knowing what their superpower is, right? But if you're lucky enough and determined enough to find your superpower before you get to a certain stage of your life, you will be incredibly successful.
Look, the first thing is you just decide not to look at the challenges, because if you do, it's going to end you.
The closest thing I think is that I had a deeply military background, which is a bit of a never say die background.
I saw an opportunity in non-interest banking, and I felt that the demand was there. There was pent-up demand for it. People were yearning for it, and I felt that if we did it properly, if we brought in professionalism into it, and if we brought in our experiences, our various experiences from various backgrounds into it, that it could succeed.
Very few people do that because very few people explore their superpowers. They just explore bread and butter issues. I need to eat, and
Yes, there will be challenges. This is a very difficult business environment. The government keeps working on how to make business easier.
The first problem to overcome is really just starting, right? We thought about this idea for over 2 years before we even took the first step.
You cannot ignore this country. No, and to be from here, I think is an incredible privilege. Nigeria will be ascendant in my lifetime.
This is Business Week, a weekly program brought to you by Business Day Television.
For many years, we've talked about the need to, essentially diversify our revenue stream away from, the huge dependence on oil revenues. It looks like that is happening now. So that means that we're better protected when, you have these wide fluctuations in oil prices and all of that. So it's
as you say, and I agree, that we should commend the government. At least revenues are not falling. There have been times in the past when we recorded drops in revenue. That's not the case today. We're seeing revenues actually going up.
Increasingly, we can see the developed countries focusing on renewable energy and so on and so forth, which means that in the long run, we must look for alternative sources to funding.
So the government says that crude oil theft has essentially come to an end.
We need to do more to ensure that we totally eliminate crude oil theft and start to think of how to boost production. But it's a good first step. By eliminating crude oil theft, it also creates an incentive for international oil companies to probably return and start to take up more projects in the upstream industries.
Stay ahead with Business Day Mobile, your gateway to Nigeria's most trusted business news, market insights, and expert analysis. With a Business Day Mobile app, you enjoy more than just news. You gain a seamless, intuitive platform designed to keep you informed and empowered. From exclusive articles mastering their market trends. The app delivers the stories that matter most. Why Business Day Mobile? For premium access, for a clean, responsive design, for smarter navigation, for customizable alerts, and for all-in-one business hub. Whether you're a business leader, investor, policymaker, or enthusiast, Business Day Mobile brings you closer to the insights shaping Nigeria's business landscape. Download today and put authoritative business journalism right at your fingertips, anytime, anywhere.
Welcome back. You're still watching the Business News Hour right here on the Business Day television. Moving on, the federal government has outlawed the use of physical cash for the payment of revenue and directed ministries, departments, and agencies to install point-of-sales terminals within 45 days. The directive formed part of 4 Treasury circulars issued by the Office of the Accountant General of the Federation on Monday in the report. According to the document, the Accountant General Ogunjimi directed that all payments to the federal government must now be made electronically through Treasury-approved channels. The circular added that all such payments must be processed via electronic platforms authorized by the Office of the Accountant General and linked to the Treasury single account, stressing that all continued acceptance of the physical cash is prohibited. It said physical cash collection violated extant policies and weakens the integrity of federal government e-collection and e-payment systems. The circular further stated that any MDA still collecting cash must within 45 days deploy functional POS terminals or other approved electronic payment device at all locations, warning that accounting officers will be held accountable for any violations. Also, electricity distribution companies have decried the failure of federal government ministries, departments, and agencies to pay for the power they consume. The DISCO lamented that they were being owned hundreds of billions of naira by various MDAs across the country with no payment plans in sight. It was gathered that the ECO Electricity Distribution Company alone is owned 66 billion naira by the federal government ministries, departments, and agencies within its franchise area. The Chief Executive Officer of the Association of Nigeria Electricity Distributors, Sunday Oduntan, confirmed that the ministries, departments, and agencies owe power distributors over 100 billion naira as of November 2025. Speaking recently at a power roundtable organized by PwC in Lagos, Mrs. Rikat Momo, Managing Director of the ECO Electricity Distribution Company, highlighted the significant debt burden DISCO face from MDS. She noted that ECO DISCO is among the hardest hit, attributing the high level of MDA arrears to Lagos status as the nation's former capital before the seat of the government moved to Abuja. Despite repeated appeals from operators, the mounting debts owned by government institutions continue to threaten the liquidity of the power sector, raising fresh concerns over the ability of DISCOs to sustain network investment and deliver stable electricity to homes and businesses across the country. Now, away from that story, Nigerians' new tax legislation signals a stricter approach to tax compliance, introducing severe penalties for offenders. Among the measures are fines of up to 10 million naira and imprisonment for up to 10 years for anyone found physically assaulting a tax officer. According to the new tax law, no compliance by virtual asset service providers attracts a fine of 10 million naira for the first month of default and 1 million naira per additional month, along with possible suspension or revocation of the Securities and Exchange Commission license. The new Nigerian Tax Act, which comes into full effect on January 1st, 2026, introduces comprehensive reforms aimed at strengthening compliance, improve revenue collection, and modernizing the nation's tax administration. To ensure effective enforcement, the Act outlines a wide range of offenses and corresponding penalties for individuals, businesses, and corporate bodies. In a major push to digitize tax operations, denying access to technology development carries a penalty of 1 million naira on the first day and 10,000 naira per day thereafter. Businesses that fail to use the fiscalization system will pay 200,000 naira plus 100% of the tax due alongside interest based on the Central Bank of Nigeria rates. And finally, to wrap up the business segment, Nigeria's 70% reliance on imported building materials is leaving the housing market dangerously exposed to crippling supplies and currency shocks, according to the State of Lagos Housing Market report. According to the report, Nigerians' abundant raw materials still fall short of reducing reliance on imports due to limited local processing capacity. It stated a staggering 70% reliance on imported building materials exposes the market to global supply chain disruption and currency volatility. The report recommends a multi-pronged strategy to create a more stable and efficient building material market. Key measures include boosting local production through manufacturing hubs and incentives, optimizing supply chains, implementing consistent policy reforms, promoting sustainable and innovative construction practices, and attracting both domestic and foreign investment. These measures are crucial not only for stabilizing prices, but also for addressing Nigeria's severe house deficit and ensuring sustainable economic development. The construction industry across Nigeria is currently on a significant growth trajectory, with projections indicating an annual increase of 8% poised to reach 25.72 trillion naira by 2025. The report further noted that while the construction industry in Nigeria, particularly in Lagos, shows robust growth, projections driven by high demand and substantial government investment, this potential is simultaneously constrained by escalating input costs. And this is where we wrap it up this morning on the Business News Hour. My name is Gloria Brown. Thank you for watching and stay tuned to Business Day Television.
Meet Monica, your all-in-one financial solution. Convert crypto to Naira at juicy rates anytime, anywhere. Enjoy fast withdrawals straight to your bank. Buy airtime, data, and pay bills in seconds. No stress, no delays, just seamless transactions. Monica, the smarter way to move your money. Download now.
Okay now, dependable insurance. After God, you are the next insurer. See as the boys the Allah. All the ladies the Allah. Insure your car protection from accidents. Unforeseen loss, you can see them. Mistakes are meant to happen. If you don't jam the car, they'll jam yours. Will you beat them? Ah yes, you will get them arrested. Your plans for that day is affected. You waste your money, you waste energy. With AXA, you can be protected.
Get the protection that pays today. Call 0700 AXA Mansa to get a motor insurance that pays.
At Stanbic IBTC, we are here to help you grow with financing that helps you expand, expert knowledge across 20 African markets, trade solutions that open doors to 195 countries globally, and an online banking platform that works hard, because with us, there's possible, then there's more. Visit www.stanbicibtcbank.com/business for more. Stanbic IBTC.
True strength. What defines it? The brilliance of a player? or when a team comes together to win. A solo beat or the rhythm of many. The flair of one dancer or the art of a troupe. One distinct voice or the beauty of the symphony. At FCMB Group, we build ecosystems, empower communities, and create the future. Because we believe it's not just one, but the power of the group that delivers the future we all desire. FCMB, the power of the group.
Hello and welcome to Startup Spotlight. If you're just joining us for the first time, it's great to have you here. I'm Glory Brown, and today we're shining a light on one of the most inspiring founders making waves. This show is all about exploring big ideas, bold journey, and the real stories behind today's rising startups. All right, let's jump right into today's spotlight. Joining me to discuss this topic, turning talent into a thriving enterprise, is Agbona Odunayo, popularly known as MC Praise. MC Praise is a top-tier master of ceremonies, public speaker, digital marketer, and brand strategist with over 9 years of experience lighting up stages and elevating events across Nigeria. He's also the founder of Golden Star Entertainment Company. And today, welcome MC Praise to Startup Spotlight.
It's nice to have you.
It's nice to have you. Welcome. I'm so thrilled. Let me start by asking you, at the beginning, you started doing MC way back 2016.
Yes.
How did you start? Tell us a brief story of how you turned your talent into MCing.
So I've always been a comedian. Not just a stand-up comedian, just someone who likes cracking jokes. And some of my friends would say, you're very good. Would you consider comedy as a career? So at every opportunity that we have in church, I need to jump on one or two things, just, varieties, just do startups. And then there's a friend of mine in 2019 that needed an MC for his event. I told him, I can help you with it. And that was how it started. So 2016, I've been hosting some church events, some birthday gigs, but I didn't really take it seriously. But then when my friend he had a big event and needed an MC, I was able to jump on it.
So when you started doing this MC at the start, when you started wanting to make it like a job, what fear and doubt came to your mind and how did you overcome them?
So because of how the industry was as at that time, it was not a thriving. It was for some people who had already made names, because that industry is only for people who have made names in the broadcasting industry. You have made waves with the comedy industry. You have to be popular for people to hire you for that kind. So it was very, very hard to just say a random person who is not popular, you do not have a face in the broadcasting industry, nobody knows you, and you just want to start this as a profession. You have that fear of, let me just start. So I just started anyhow, and to the degree of God, here we are.
So starting anyhow from the start, it's a very good thing because you don't know how it's going to be like.
Yes.
What mistakes did you encounter, like failures, when you started doing it blindly without you knowing what step leads to another step? What failures and mistakes you made then? What lesson did you learn from it moving forward?
So for mistakes, of course, if you start something as a newbie and you do not have a mentor who would guide you through some things, you are prone to do mistakes. I think one of the mistakes I had was my first wedding. So to say, my first wedding came from the event of my friend that I hosted, that I jumped on. The photographer was just about getting married. I was like, bro, I love your comedy. You are very, very funny. I will need you to come and do this at my wedding. So my first big mistake, I didn't have a structure yet. So he just said, how much do you charge? And because of my kind of lifestyle, I told him, pay me 8K. I know it's low, don't laugh. And he was like, no, we do not have 8K, we'll do 5K for you. And so the negotiation mistake was a part of it. I never knew the industry was something that valuable. I never knew people pay as high as 200K, 500K, 1 million. I never knew all of those. I never knew my worth at that time. So because of how it came, I just jumped on it. That's one. That's for negotiation mistakes. And when it comes to the execution of the event, I never had information about the couple. I just appeared at the event and I started yapping. So until you need people to start saying, no, it's not done like this. You know, a lot of people have attended weddings will correct you. Especially, to be very obvious, if you're a newbie and you have not seen some things, or maybe you have not hosted it before. If you did not even have anybody to guide you, you just want to go into that industry like a novice. You never blindly you're prone to do some mistakes. So there are some things I did that you just have people to come and meet you on stage and say, no, it's not like this. Even though some of these you might not be wrong, but because you do not really have a full knowledge of what you're doing, anybody can come and tell you anything, and you are prone to misconception. Because of course you're just supposed to be the driver of the event, but if any other person comes to they can take over the event from you. So I think those are the mistakes I made when I was starting out as a professional musician.
So at what point, starting out, at what point did you notice that talent is not just enough? You need business skills, financial management. At what point did you realize all of this? So
for me, it was quite progressive. I've always been someone who loves knowledge. Before I started out, even the book itself, I had done my research. I had seen videos on YouTube. I had seen videos online. I had done my research everywhere. And I came across men who have seen they already made 10 years in the industry. Shout out to my mentor, Spirit of Sako. I seen someone's video on YouTube and a lot of other people. So I was able to test some of them and say, please, I'd love you to train me. And it was then I later discovered that there's a community of other MCs who have been fed with knowledge. So on joining those people, you had more enlightenment. I had more enlightenment. Oh, talent is not just enough. These are the ways you can secure your clients. These are the ways you can perform well. These are how you are going to do it professionally. And then I go introduce to professional courses and every other stuff. So it was quite a progressive journey for me. It was not something I immediately realized, though. It was something that was progressive.
Let's talk about some of your turning points. What are some of the turning points? You can tell us like one brief story turning point of when you realize that this is going to be a big deal for me. You understand? So I've been doing this from when I was in 100 level. Wow. Yes. So the first year, I think I did 4 gigs. Second year, I did 4 gigs. The third year, I did 10 gigs. And then the fourth year, that was like almost my finals. I started getting gigs from Lagos. So I would leave my school, travel to the Adekunle Ajasin University, precise, in Ondo State. So I would leave my school to come to Lagos almost every weekend to come and work. And then one day, one of my clients said, "Are you in Lagos?" The fact is that a lot of people who were hiring me, they never knew I was not in Lagos based. They just assumed this guy is in Lagos. Because so one of them has said, "Are you in Lagos?" And I said, "No, I'm traveling back. I'm not in Lagos. I'm schooling. This is that." And he's like, "You need to move to Lagos." So the word I started looking for accommodation. Before you know it, I started getting a lot of people, and there are clients that can actually be a turnaround for you. There are people you will meet that they would give you genuine advice, that people would want to see you grow genuinely. If you meet those kind of people, you need to hold them very well. So on meeting different type of people that had helped me, that had inspired me, that said, you know what, I love what you do, but if you can leave the environment and come to this environment, if you can do this and that. And that was it. So on trying one of the advice some of them gave me, I moved to Lagos, and before you know it, someone was in charging 50K, 40K, 70K, all of a sudden started charging 250, and to the degree of God, yeah, we are in millions. So what was that the moment you realized that this is something you can't do alone? You need team members to join you, to push through, for you to go beyond your imaginations. And how were you able to know the right people to put in your team, to select and be valuable in your team?
So the thing is, when I was 6 years in the industry, I hosted my first master class. I had like just seven students, and from just those guys were already MCs, but they needed structure. And the industry is a very kind of competitive industry. Like I said, you need to do more research than outside of the industry. Most of the things that we're elevating in this industry is not something you do in the industry, it's something you do outside of the industry. So my first master class would open everything. I had some of my friends, those guys are now my friends, they are now the ones in my team. We're already growing from 7 to almost 80 or so. We had now have a big so those guys who knew how it all started were the ones I now say, you know, guys, this is the bigger vision. Can we work around this? So that was how. And as you grow, you begin to see more experience. There's some things experience to teach you. You begin to see the need for structure. I have some of my other friends, shout out to official Mr. Bravo, who would have calls in the midnight. We will not sleep. I'm actually very active. I'm very active at night. If you call me 2 a.m., I'll pick up my call.
Yeah.
I'm very active at night. So we can have a call all through the night and say, guy, what is the next thing we need to do? What is the next thing we need to do? And during our conversations, ideas begin to drop. It can just be something we're just talking naturally. And I'm a very sensitive person. Once I say something, we can just be communicating. And once I say something, oh, we're supposed to do this, I immediately note it and put action to it immediately. So when I needed a structure, we need to have a manager, a guy. We need to have a PR person. We need to have a secretary. I started noting before okay, so who are my friends? Who are the friends I know that are very good at this? Let me bring them in. So it all started with my friends.
Okay.
So I have a company, Golden Star Entertainment, GSA. Yeah, we have a party company. It's now a big group of companies now. So people that started that in that company were my friends. There were people I knew. Okay, you're very good in finance. You're very good in secretary. You be my. I still have official mail I sent to them. Like, oh, we're officially bringing you on board. So even though I was not paying them, but then I understand the concept of structure from the beginning. So it was quite very easy for me to implement some of these things. And also I learned from my mentors.
So meaning having a mentor is a very important.
In every industry, if you want to thrive, either you are a startup or you are even in the industry, you need mentors.
But there are people with talent, but they don't know how to get mentors. What advice can you give to them, and how can they locate like a mentor that can put them through the right path?
To the glory of God, I humbly say this: I get close to 30 messages per week from different people, part of the world, who was in my video on YouTube and say, I want you to come and mentor me. I've written books on how to be a startup. I've written books on motivational. I've written books on the concept of my craft as well. So when some of these guys come across my videos on YouTube, they would go and search my contact on Instagram, and then they find my contact and send message. So I've had a lot of them. So we have a system of admission, of course. But the reason why I'm saying this is because there are always materials. We always find someone who has done 10 times what you're currently trying to do in that industry. Only if you're not doing your assignments well. You can never be in any industry and not know one person who is really doing well. You should have a role model. And if you can find one person and you can get access to that person, obviously you're going to see their competitors. Even if that person cannot mentor you, you always see their competitors or their people who have collaborated with them who can also help you.
As the founder who has turned your passion into a thriving enterprise, what advice will you give to someone out there who has this talent but they don't know how to turn their talent into businesses?
All right, there are different advice I'm going to give. The first one is to start afraid. Your talent, you have something, you have not tried it before. You just have to try it. Try it try with a mistake. You are going to make mistake. You're only going to make you that once. You would know how to adjust yourself. There are times I've gone with my mentees to events. They never knew they would make mistake. I'll just put them on spot. Go and open this event. And that was the last time some of them will make that mistake, because they needed to learn like that. Some of them needed to learn like, sometimes I'll say, I'll put them on spot. Or come do an opening for me. You just have to start anyhow. You have a talent right now. If you're looking at me, start anyhow. Start in your living room. If you know how to dance, start doing it in your room. Start anywhere. If there's opportunity for anybody, maybe they need someone who can sing, or you're just in a gathering and you just like you feel something like varieties. Those times I remember there might not necessarily be a variety. I'll just be this kind of person who's restless and say, please, I have a comedy. Can I make people laugh? That's how passionate I was. Please, can I make people laugh? I just feel like this piece is boring. So I never really started on the basis of money. I started on the basis of this is what I want to do.
For fun, for
fun,
for the passion.
So as at that time I be like, my purpose should be around this thing is just I want to make everyone around me
happy.
Yes.
Let them feel the vibe.
So I just want to do this before you now realize that, oh, so somebody can pay you for this, and later you can realize that as at 2016 I saw somebody was already collecting 2 million for thinking, wow. So somebody is collecting big like this. Okay, let's put a structure around this. Okay, how can we work on it? So if you're looking at me and you don't know how to start, just start anyhow. And when you're starting, just continue. Even if you made mistake, I've made mistakes before, and I said nobody should come here and say praise again. I remember that times I cried out of a stage when I was in school, and I cried home. I can remember that day, and I said nobody should come here and say praise again. But then there's another opportunity that presents itself, and I still came up and did the same thing I did when I cried, and people appreciated me because of the different environment. So what I'm saying is that even if you have made a mistake before, do it again. If you continue to make mistakes, you cannot make mistakes 100 times and not get it right one time. So you need to continue what you've done before. Keep showing up. By that, you will learn from your failures. You will learn with people you meet. If you make mistakes, some people come and meet you and they say, bro, there are ways you can do it better. I know someone who can do it better. That's it. So if you have not tried it before, how will you meet people? Come on, wake up.
You know, you feel forward.
Yes.
You feel, you learn, and then next time
I don't believe anybody feel backward.
Backward, yes. Yeah, because when you make mistakes, you learn from your mistakes. Next time, that particular mistake, even if you're going to make another mistake, it's not going to be that
the same way. Exactly. It's going to be the same way.
Yeah, we're having a nice conversation right here with MC Praise. We're going on a quick break now. Stay with us. When we'll come back, we'll bring you the most interesting part of the conversation. Welcome right back to Startup Spotlight. We'll be discussing the topic, turning talent into a thriving enterprise. And we've been having this amazing conversation with MC Praise. Moving on to my next question for you. You know, this industry is a very competitive one.
Yeah.
A lot of new trends pop up every day. How do you stay innovating and keep staying ahead of your game?
So the first thing is you should know what you're doing. Know the market. And if you understand the market, you need to jump on trends and collaborate with other people. So I have a concept that you can't do life alone. The people who integrate the new trends are people who also just want to try something new. So the moment you see this thing is trending, don't turn a blind eye to it. You can send a message. You have to be humble. So if you want to grow, you send a message to the person, I love what you're doing. Would you mind if I can recreate what you did? Can I recreate it? Can I work around it? I'm not going to copy you, but can I put another concept to it? And before you know it, it can be the turning point for you. But the thing is, whatever you notice is trending in every industry, you should be able to jump on it. And if you want to innovate, innovation is just doing what have been done before. You're just doing it a different way. So instead of copying and paste, you can have access to the person and say, would you mind if I could do this? And in our industry, sometimes some of them will not even come and meet you. Before you know it, they are done it different way. They package it where. So if the person that packages it well is the one that takes the glory. So if you do it well and you don't have the platform for it, that's another topic for another day. But the thing is, you can easily reach out to the person who have done something big, appreciate the person, I love what you're doing, I appreciate you, but I want to do something around this. Would you mind if I do it? I'll tag you. Something. Sometimes some of them will not even say I'll tag you, but it's quite very professional for you to reach out and say, I want to do something around this. And before you know, you can actually take the glory for a different, if you can do it, because the way you would do it is actually different from the way I would do it. You might have done something very good, but I can have my own personal trait in it. And that's what makes it innovative, because yes, there's a way I'm saying it differently from even what you've done. Even this our phone, this is not how the cell phone in Nigeria was before. It started like handsets. I remember when we had something like that.
Yeah, like a long antenna.
Somebody saw it differently and it kept updating. So that's innovation. That's how we can also do.
You talked about going into this passion that you've turned into a thriving business without initially the aim of making money,
Yes.
profit, and all that. But you know, that was way back. That was 2016, and currently we're in 2025. You understand? So my question is, for people that are looking forward to jump on this trend, become an MC, or turn their talent into passion, and when you have a friend, for instance, that tells you, come over and help me host this event or a party I'm doing, how can they finance themselves? Because going for an MC job or hosting a job is very, I don't know how to say it. You need to look very fine. You need to be the center of attraction and all that. How can they have all that put together while chasing the dream of making money in future?
So this is like you said that was in the past. There's just a way you can actually work around it. That's why you need the help of a mentor. So for example, if you're just starting out, I would still encourage that you don't make money your top priority. You need all the gifts that come to you for you to build your profile.
Really?
And you can start with what you have. Before you, if you see some of our past pictures, you will laugh. And but we still had audience, even when we were wearing all of those things that we wore 10 years ago, 9 years ago, 11 years ago. When we see it now, we laugh at ourselves. But that was the best we had. And that was what we can do. That was what we had. So with what you have right now, you know you still have very good clothes. Start with it. If you are invited to come host an event, put on that clothes. I know some MCs who had repeated outfit like 7 times for an event, for different events, the same outfit 7 times until they were able to raise money to get different outfit. So if you're a newbie, you want to start doing this, like I said, you can actually, say, oh, I would appreciate I appreciate when you know how the situation of things is, but you don't make money your top priority. Now, when you now realize that, okay, you are now doing well, and then there's time for you to, yes, you can now put structure and say, I'll be charging so amount. But the truth is, even if some people want you to come and do it for free, they will still need to test your ability. They don't just want just anybody. So for now, if you message any company and say, I would like to do this for you, they'll still need you to send your portfolio, send your profile. That's even for free.
Yeah.
So money should not
that's
be
even for free.
Yes, that's even for free. So like I would say, like I always say, because that was what worked for me, money should not be your top priority. Of course, the aim is for you to build yourself so that you can be able to get money, but you learn to earn. In this our industry, we learn to
earn.
Yes. So you need to learn first, learn from your experiences, and then it will now take you to earning. But for first, in my book, the MC Starter Skit, like I said, don't let money be the first thing. At the end of the day, money will come looking for you. You just have to position yourself valuable. Money attracts value every time, or value attracts money every time. If you're valuable, people will always be willing to give you any for the value. So, but before you can show that you're valuable, you don't make money the top priority, then because a lot of people will run away from you. Okay, when you now say how much you want to collect and you call one big price,
and you end up spoiling the
whole thing. So they will not call you again before you know it, what you're supposed to learn from an event that they don't really pay you. There's a way they can criticize you than when they pay you. Yeah, so
we all know that hosting an event can be unpredictable sometimes. What's one funny moment or surprise moment that has happened in your career and you've learned an important lesson from it?
There are a lot. I've hosted an event before that there was a fire break in the hall and everyone was rumbled for like 30 minutes.
What?
I've hosted a wedding event before that there was a fight between the families, and for like an hour nobody was doing anything. It's quite unpredictable, yeah, but the thing is just you need to remain composed. You are the MC for this work, you know what you want to come and do. And therefore, there's always this spiritual side. You pray for every event you want to host for, because the spiritual controls the physical. But just know what you're doing. Compose yourself, be calm. Don't let any of that. Of course, the events is unpredictable. The bad will happen, the good will happen, but you remain composed and know what you want to do. And then work with the other vendors. That's one of the next things that can actually help you, especially when the event has planners.
Thank you, MC Praise, for sharing your journey, your insights, and all you've said so far. Thank you so much for coming to Starter Spotlight.
Thank you so much for having me.
Thank you. And that wraps up another inspiring episode of Starter Spotlight. Today we've learned how talent, when nurtured with vision, persistence, and the right business strategy, can truly transform into a thriving enterprise. Thank you for joining us, and keep watching BusinessDay Television.
Information is everywhere. But insights, that is rare. Business Day Premium gives you analysis, data, and context that keep you ahead. Business Day Premium. Read deeper, decide smarter.
They say money never sleeps. Wake up to clarity, insights, and the stories driving business in Nigeria and beyond.
From the heartbeat of small and medium enterprises to the pulse of national economic policy, this is where business meets perspective. With expert guests, real-time analysis, and stories that matter to you. We go beyond headlines to bring you the full picture.
Join us every morning as we break down the numbers, decode the policies, and spotlight the people shaping our economy. This is Business Morning.
We are not just showing off businesses, but telling the stories behind them. The hustle, the art, the orders, and the wins.
Startup Spotlight, showing every Monday on Business Day television.
Welcome to the Triumph Against Odd podcast.
Most people go through their lives without knowing what their superpower is, right? But if you're lucky enough and determined enough to find your superpower before you get to a certain stage of your life, you will be incredibly successful.
Look, the first thing is you just decide not to look at the challenges, because if you do, it's going to end you.
The closest thing I think is that I had a deeply military background, which is a bit of a never say die background.
I saw an opportunity in non-interest banking, and I felt that the demand was there. There was pent-up demand for it. People were yearning for it, and I felt that if we did it properly, if we brought in professionalism into it, and if we brought in our experiences, our various experiences from various backgrounds into it, that it could succeed.
Very few people do that because very few people explore their superpowers. They just explore bread and butter issues. I need to eat, and
Yes, there will be challenges. This is a very difficult business environment. The government keeps working on how to make business easier.
The first problem to overcome is really just starting, right? We thought about this idea for over 2 years before we even took the first step.
You cannot ignore this country. No, and to be from here, I think is an incredible privilege. Nigeria will be ascendant in my lifetime.
This is Business Week, a weekly program brought to you by Business Day Television.
For many years, we've talked about the need to, essentially diversify our revenue stream away from, the huge dependence on oil revenues. It looks like that is happening now. So that means that we're better protected when, you have these wide fluctuations in oil prices and all of that. So it's
as you say, and I agree, that we should commend the government. At least revenues are not falling. There have been times in the past when we recorded drops in revenue. That's not the case today. We're seeing revenues actually going up.
Increasingly, we can see the developed countries focusing on renewable energy and so on and so forth, which means that in the long run, we must look for alternative sources to funding.
So, the government says that crude oil theft has essentially come to an end.
We need to do more to ensure that we totally eliminate crude oil theft and start to think of how to boost production. But it's a good first step. By eliminating crude oil theft, it also creates an incentive for international oil companies to probably return and start to take up more projects in the upstream industries.
Stay ahead with Business Day Mobile, your gateway to Nigeria's most trusted business news, market insights, and expert analysis. With a Business Day Mobile app, you enjoy more than just news. You gain a seamless, intuitive platform designed to keep you informed and empowered. From exclusive articles to in-depth market trends, the app delivers the stories that matter most. Why Business Day Mobile? For premium access, for a clean, responsive design, for smarter navigation, for customizable alarm, and for all-in-one business hub. Whether you're a business leader, investor, policymaker, or enthusiast, Business Day Mobile brings you closer to the insights shaping Nigeria's business landscape. Download today and put authoritative business journalism right at your fingertips, anytime, anywhere.
And this is Business Day TV News Update brought to you live from our studio here in Lagos, Nigeria. Coming up, Nigeria centralizes revenue flows in boldest overall since TSA. The federal government orders MBAs to roll over 70% of 2025 capital budget into 2026. CBN licenses 82 exchange bureaus under new forex rules. And NAV clarifies Burkina Faso airspace violation report. Thank you for joining us this afternoon. I am Destiny Momo. And the federal government has launched its most ambitious public finance reform in more than a decade, unveiling a unified revenue platform. The platform integrates the Treasury single account, the government integrated financial management information system, and the Central Bank of Nigeria, the Nigeria Interbank Settlement System, and other critical infrastructure into one digital monitoring hub. According to reports, the overall anchored on 4 circulars issued by the Office of the Accountant General of the Federation between November 24 and 27, signals a decisive shift toward cashless transactions, automated audit trails, and real-time visibility of federal revenue. And the federal government also sets January 1, 2026 as the go-live date for mandatory digital receipts, which will become the only recognized proof of payment for all transactions across federal ministries, departments, and agencies. The reforms are part of a broader strategy championed by Wale Edu, Minister of Finance and Coordinated Minister of the Economy, who has consistently pushed for a technology-driven overhaul of Nigeria's revenue collection architecture to close leakages, curb corruption, and stabilize public finances. And meanwhile, the federal government has directed ministries, departments, and agencies to carry over 70% of their 2025 capital allocations into the 2026 fiscal year as the administration prioritizes completing ongoing projects amid weak revenues and rising fiscal pressures. The directive is contained in the 2026 abridged budget call circular issued by the Ministry of Budget and Economic Planning and circulated to ministers, service chiefs, and heads of agencies. The document laid out strict guidelines for preparing next year's spending plan, including a ban on introducing new capital projects. According to the circular, MBAs must upload 70% of their 2025 federal government budget to continue in FY 2026, ensuring that all rollover items align with the administration's priorities, including national security, economic growth, education, health, agriculture, infrastructure, power, energy, and social safety nets. The ministry said the policy is meant to prevent duplication, strengthen continuity, and also ensure that uncompleted projects are not abandoned. It warned MDAs against attempting to exceed their 2025 overhead ceilings in their 2026 submissions, and despite inflationary pressures. As still on, the Central Bank of Nigeria has confirmed that only 82 bureau de change, have been licensed to operate, having met its new guidelines. And this was revealed in a statement signed by the Acting Director of Corporate Communications, CBN, Hakama Ali, on Monday. And the CBN earlier introduced a new regulatory framework for BDTVs in February 2024, mandating bureau de change operators to meet higher capital requirements, with Tier 1 operators required to meet a minimum capital requirement of 2 billion naira, while Tier 2 operators must meet 500 million naira as NCR. And according to the CBN, the 82 bureau de change are the only ones recognized with effect from 27 November 2025, cautioning that operating a bureau de change business without a valid license is a punishable offense under Section 57(1) of the Banks and Other Financial Institutions Act 2020. And the Apex Bank says it will continue to update the list of bureau de change with valid operating licenses for public verifications on our website, advising the general public to avoid dealing with unlicensed foreign exchange operators. Coming up, NAF clarifies Burkina Faso airspace violation report. This and more after this short break. Stay with us.
Meet Monica, your all-in-one financial solution. Convert crypto to Naira at juicy rates anytime, anywhere. Enjoy fast withdrawals straight to your bank. Buy airtime, data, and pay bills in seconds. No stress, no delays, just seamless transactions. Monica, the smarter way to move your money. Download now.
Okay now, dependable insurance. After God, we are the next insurance. See as the boys the Allah, all the ladies the Allah. Ensure your car protections from accidents. Unforeseen loss, you can see them. Mistakes are meant to happen. If you don't jam the car, they'll jam yours. Will you beat them? Ah yes, you will get them arrested. Your plans for that day is affected. You waste your money, you waste energy. With AXA, you can be protected.
Get the protection that pays today. Call 0700 AXA Mansa to get a motor insurance that pays.
At Stanbic IBTC, we are here to help you grow with financing that helps you expand, expert knowledge across 20 African markets, trade solutions that open doors to 195 countries globally, and an online banking platform that works hard, because with us, there's possible, then there's more. Visit www.stanbicibtcbank.com/business for more. Stanbic IBTC.
True strength. What defines it? The brilliance of a player? Or more when a team comes together to win. A solo beat or the rhythm of many. The flair of one dancer or the art of a troupe. One distinct voice or the beauty of the symphony. At FCMB Group, we build ecosystems, empower communities, and create the future. Because we believe it's not just one, but the power of the group that delivers the future we all desire. FCMB, the power of the group.
You're welcome back to the news. Now, the Nigerian Air Force has clarified reports surrounding the diversion of one of its aircraft, C-130, to Burkina Faso, asserting that the action was a precautionary measure taken in strict accordance with standard safety and international aviation protocols. And now, I've also revealed that personnel on board aircraft that landed in Bobo and Dioulasso, Burkina Faso, are safe and receiving cordial treatment from Burkina Faso authorities. The aircraft, which was on a ferry mission to Portugal, made a precautionary landing after the crew detected a technical concern shortly after takeoff from Lagos on 8 December 2025. According to a statement on Tuesday by the Director of Public Relations and Information, Air Commodore Ihimen Ejodame, the crew diverted to the nearest airfield in line with standard safety procedures and international aviation protocols. Ejodame assured that plans were underway to resume the mission as scheduled, adding that the Air Force remained committed to strict operational and safety standards. And meanwhile, the federal government has again slashed the signature bonuses required for oil block bidders, reducing the payment to between $3 million and $7 million as part of efforts to lower entry barriers in the 2025 licensing round. The Nigerian Upstream Regulatory Commission revealed the revised rates in an update on its website, saying all bidders must now submit offers with a new range approved by the Minister of Petroleum Resources. According to the report, the latest court continues the government's shift away from the historically high signature bonuses that once defined Nigeria's licensing rounds. And after the NUPRC reduced the bonus from about $200 million to $10 million after benchmarking Nigeria against regimes in countries like Brazil. The commission says winners will receive a petroleum prospecting license, which grants exclusive rights to drill exploration and appraisal wells and non-exclusive rights to carry out further petroleum exploration activities, while license holders may also dispose of crude oil or gas obtained from production tests. And also a fresh wave of insecurity has hit Kano State as armed bandits attacked Lakwaya ward in Kururawa village, Gwazo local government area, killing one resident and abducting another in an overnight raid. Eyewitnesses said the attackers stormed the village under the cover of darkness, shooting sporadically before whisking away a man known as Yakubu Sohua of Kururawa. The incident has thrown the community into fear, heightening anxiety over renewed bandit activities in the state in recent times. And the latest assault follows a series of attacks and kidnapping attempts reported across rural communities in Kano, particularly around border areas shared with neighboring states. And also in the local news, the federal government has launched the Student Venture Capital Grant, SVCG, a 3 billion naira initiative designed to promote student-led innovation and entrepreneurship across Nigeria's tertiary institutions. The scheme will provide equity-free grants of up to 50 million naira to eligible undergraduates, aiming to bridge the investment gap for early-stage university ventures and nurture a new generation of innovators. The Minister of Education, Tunji Alausa, who unveiled the scheme on Monday in Abuja, said that initiative has already attracted strong interest, with the portal recording 17,914 applications from 402 institutions, including 346 public and 56 private tertiary institutions. According to him, over 1,000 of these applications have been fully submitted, and the program represents a strategic national investment in young innovators and aligns directly with President Bola Tinubu's renewed hope agenda for education. I'll also describe the SVCG as more than a grant scheme, noting that it is designed to identify high potential ideas from campuses and nurture a culture of creativity and enterprise among students. Coming up, South Africa Rand tracks secure emerging market exit as federal meeting. This and more after the short break. Stay with us.
You didn't start off to deal with payroll. We did. You didn't start off to figure out compliance rules. We did. You didn't start off to spend hours on tax calculations. You're building, we're calculating. You didn't start off to chase pension receipts. We send them automatically. You didn't start off to do manual uploads on bank portals. We handle salary payment, bulk pay, instantly to all banks. You didn't start off to pay fines. We settle your payee pension instantly. You didn't start to get ripped off. We make sure you pay right and stay compliant. You didn't start out to explain late salaries to your team. We make sure they are paid on time. Your job? Build your business. Ours? Handle your payroll. Payroll, benefits, loans. We handle it so you don't have to.
In a world that never stops moving, stay in control with a bank that's always working for you. Even if your internet connection shuts down, banking continues instantly with our USSD code *7111#. Experience seamless transactions on the go. Settle your bills, top up airtime or data, sell FX, and more with the Key mobile app. Speaking of more, you can automate payments and savings on multiple accounts and also stay up to date with your investments on the Key mobile app. Experience branchless banking today. Keystone Bank, we grow together.
Getting the right mobile phone insurance tailored to your specific need can be a hassle. Introducing Skrella, your one-stop solution. Providing screen calibration test, glass and IMEI eye check to confirm the physical condition of the device. And all this is done from the comfort of your home. Skrella offers affordable premiums and an easy-to-navigate dashboard. A wallet service for easy payments and vouchers as well. A robust paperless claims reporting process to ensure speedy delivery of service to users. Skrella prioritizes user devices and made provision for health checks on their device to monitor the health status of the smartphone. Elevate your peace with Skrella.
Welcome back to News Update, and I'm moving on to Africa. The South African rand was muted in early trade on Tuesday in line with most emerging market peers as traders counted down to the U.S. Federal Reserve policy meeting later this week. And according to reports, the rand traded at 17.05 against the dollar, a little change from its previous closing level. MSCI's gauge of emerging market currencies was flat as caution prevailed ahead of an expected rate cut by the Federal, and with investors looking for clearer signals on the monetary policy outlook through 2026. The greenback, which is currently flat against a basket of currencies, firmed on Monday, while South Africa's risk-sensitive currency weakened about 0.6%, edging above the 17.00 rand per dollar mark in a cautious corrective move. Andre Celia's currency strategist at Treasury One said the rand is expected to consolidate within a range of 16.95 to 17.10 for now. And domestically focused traders will keep tabs on retail sales data on Wednesday, along with mining and manufacturing production figures on Thursday for clues on the health of Africa's most industrialized economy. Also, Congolese President Felix Tshisekedi on Monday accused Rwanda of violating its commitment to a U.S. brokered peace deal aimed at ending years of conflict in the country's mineral-rich east, just days after attending a signing ceremony in Washington. Tshisekedi made the accusations in a speech to lawmakers, noting that there was no immediate response from Rwanda, while U.S. State Department urged Rwanda to prevent escalation. Deadly clashes have mad efforts to begin implementing the terms of U.S. and Qatar brokered agreements brokered in recent months between Congo, Rwanda, and the rebel group M23. Over the weekend, Rwanda-backed M23 rebels advanced in an area close to the border with Burundi, seizing the village of Luvungi, according to two residents who spoke to Reuters and shared a video of the rebels holding a meeting there. Rwanda denies backing the rebels. And on the foreign scene, U.S. President Donald Trump has unveiled a $12 billion farm aid package aimed at helping farmers impacted by low crop prices and the administration's ongoing trade wars. And most of the money reportedly amounting to $11 billion is earmarked for a one-time payment to farmers for row crops as part of the Agriculture Department's Farmer Bridge Assistance Program, with another $1 billion reserved for crops and not covered by the program. And while farmers have broadly supported Trump, the agriculture sector has been disrupted by trade disputes during his second term, particularly with China. Trump also threatened to hit Mexico with an additional 5% tariff in a row over water supplies to U.S. farmers. The White House says the aid package will help farmers suffering from years of unjustified trade actions and accumulated inflation. And still on the foreign scene, a new report from the United Nations Trade and Development Agency has revealed that global trade and economic growth could decelerate in 2026. The forecast raises concern that the world may be entering a prolonged period of sluggish expansion, with especially sharp consequences for poorer and developing economies like Nigeria and UNCT. They are now project that world economic growth will ease 2.6% in 2025 and 2026, down from 2.9% in 2024. And previously in April 2025, the agency had warned of a potential 2.3% growth for 2025 amid rising global uncertainties. A key finding of the 2025 report is that financial conditions, not just traditional supply chains, now play a major role in shaping global trade, as over 90% of global trade now depends on bank financing and payment systems, currency markets, and global capital flows. We'll bring you the sports news after the short break. Stay with us. Welcome back to News Update, and I'm moving on to sports news. Belgian giants Club Brugge have sucked head coach Nicky Hayen just 2 days before their crucial UEFA Champions League clash against Arsenal. The club confirmed on Monday that Hayen had been relieved of his duties, with former manager Ivan Leko appointed immediately as his replacement. Hayen departed with Bruges sitting 26th in the Champions League standings and still battling for a top 24 finish that will secure a place in the knockout stage for the second consecutive season. And despite a memorable 4-1 win over Monaco in September, Bruges have collected only 4 points from 5 matches, and while the defending Belgian champions have also struggled domestically, dropping into third in the league table and 5 points behind the Leaders Union and St. Gilles, and 1 behind St. Trinidad. And now to end the news, Liverpool manager Arne Slot says he is not weak, denying the situation with Mohamed Salah was undermined his authority. The 33-year-old winger has been left out of the squad to face Inter Milan in the Champions League on Tuesday after giving an explosive interview 2 days ago, claiming he was thrown under the bus by Liverpool and his relationship with Slot had broken down. Slot, however, says he does not feel that way and was surprised by Salah's comment. Speaking in Milan on Monday night, Slot added he had no clue if Salah, who signed a new 2-year contract in April, had played his last game for Liverpool, but added he was a firm believer that there is always a possibility to return for a player. According to reports, Slot said his conversation with Salah to tell him he would not travel to Milan was a short one, and adding that he doesn't feel his authority is undermined. Now, this is where we're wrapping up on Business Day Television News Update. Remember to follow us across all platforms and subscribe to our YouTube channel for more insight. I am Destiny Mama. Many thanks for watching. Good afternoon.
Information is everywhere, but insights, that is rare. Business Day Premium gives you analysis, data, and context that keep you ahead. Business Day Premium. Read deeper, decide smarter.
They say money never sleeps. Wake up to clarity, insights, and the stories driving business in Nigeria and beyond. From the heartbeat of small and medium enterprises to the pulse of national economic policy, this is where business meets perspective. With expert guests, real-time analysis, and stories that matter to you, we go beyond headlines to bring you the full picture. Join us every morning as we break down the numbers, decode the policies, and spotlight the people shaping our economy. This is Business Money.
We are not just showing off businesses, but telling the stories behind them. The hustle, the art, the orders, and the wins. Startup Spotlight, showing every Monday on Business Day Television.
Welcome to the Triumph Against Odd podcast.
Most people go through their lives without knowing what their superpower is, right? But if you're lucky enough and determined enough to find your superpower before you get to a certain stage of your life, you will be incredibly successful.
Look, the first thing is you just decide not to look at the challenges, because if you do, it's going to end you.
The closest thing I think is that I had a deeply military background, which is a bit of a never say die background.
I saw an opportunity in non-interest banking, and I felt that the demand was there. There was pent-up demand for it. People were yearning for it, and I felt that if we did it properly, if we brought in professionalism into it, and if we brought in our experiences, our various experiences from various backgrounds into it, that it could succeed.
Very few people do that because very few people explore their superpowers. They just explore bread and butter issues. I need to eat, and
Yes, there will be challenges. This is a very difficult business environment. The government keeps working on how to make business easier.
The first problem to overcome is really just starting, right? We thought about this idea for over 2 years before we even took the first step.
You cannot ignore this country. No, and to be from here, I think is an incredible privilege. Nigeria will be ascendant in my lifetime.
This is Business Week, a weekly program brought to you by BusinessDay Television.
For many years, we've talked about the need to, essentially diversify our revenue stream away from, the huge dependence on oil revenues. It looks like that is happening now. So that means that we're better protected when, you have these wide fluctuations in oil prices and all of that. So it's
as you say, and I agree, that we should commend the government. At least revenues are not falling. There have been times in the past when we recorded drops in revenue. That's not the case today. We're seeing revenues actually going up.
Increasingly, we can see the developed countries focusing on renewable energy and so on and so forth, which means that in the long run, we must look for alternative sources to funding.
So, the government says that crude oil theft has essentially come to an end.
We need to do more to ensure that we totally eliminate crude oil theft and start to think of how to boost production. But it's a good first step. By eliminating crude oil theft, it also creates an incentive for international oil companies to probably return and start to take up more projects in the upstream industries.
Stay ahead with BusinessDay Mobile, your gateway to Nigeria's most trusted business news, market insights, and expert analysis. With a BusinessDay Mobile app, you enjoy more than just news. You gain a seamless, intuitive platform designed to keep you informed and empowered. From exclusive articles to in-depth market trends, the app delivers the stories that matter most. Why BusinessDay Mobile? For premium access, for a clean, responsive design, for a smarter navigation, for customizable alerts, and for all-in-one business hub. Whether you're a business leader, investor, policymaker, or enthusiast, BusinessDay Mobile brings you closer to the insights shaping Nigeria's business landscape. Download today and put authoritative business journalism right at your fingertips, anytime, anywhere.
You are watching Business Day Television.
Welcome back. This is Business Day Television, and this is Industry Focus, where we give you updates on various industries, both home and abroad, be it local or global, hence identifying the promise and problems of several industries, and of course, thus highlighting the economic business values, also how it affects the GDP of Nigeria, lives of Nigerians across Africa, in relation, of course, relative to the rest of the world. This is Industry Focus. We come to you every Tuesday, 12:30, right here on Business Day Television. So let us jump straight up into our segments of the day, how it will run. Number one, we'll have our quote of the day on food production, talking about food and why it's important for us to look at the agro-processing, not just cultivating, but processing. That quote should lead you to make you see clearly. And of course, right after that, we also do have retrospect, agro-processing business in Nigeria. How far? So far. All right. Everything they say you do has a history. We will find out as we move along. And then, for the third segment, we'll look at our captain's opinion. That would be for our third segment. With our guest, Mr. Jackson Sunday, he's also known as the Iru Boss. You get to find out why they call him the Rude Boss. He is an agro-food innovator, okay? And the topic we'll look out for should be, and it is, from farm to factory, agro-processing in Nigeria. Then after that, we will touch deal or no deal, where the minister, because we're here, the Minister of Agriculture and Food Security highlighted that the private sector participation is important. I will throw more light on that as we proceed. So stay with me. This promises to be a bumper-packed show as we come to you live from the studios of Business Day Television. I am Onyeka Valentine. We'll be right back. This is Industry Focus.
Attention business leaders. Want to make informed decisions? Join the ranks of the best with Premium Business Day. Access in-depth analysis and expert opinions to stay ahead. Subscribe now at premium.businessday.ng and unlock premium content. Plus, you get 50% off your first subscription. Don't miss out. Make smarter choices and seize new opportunities. Sign up now and elevate your business game. Visit premium.businessday.ng today.
Good morning and welcome to the BDTV Breakfast Show. I am Bethel Ogujabi.
My name is Elizabeth Musa.
And this is the social listening segment on the BDTV Breakfast Show.
We're talking about the Fly Nigeria Act. Can you give us a background into what this is about?
We are here today on the streets of Lagos, Nigeria, to gather opinion about a pressing issue.
I will look at the cost of petrol. We get away from Nigeria with the suffer.
The income is not really increasing, but the prices of items are increased.
Nothing like service again. You only pray for that money to reach you that month.
There's a lot of high pressure, a lot of stress. There's a lot of high targets to be met.
I was quite strict. In my mind, I said, looking for my hand, my picking go spoil.
To allow all banks and all the players in the space.
15% inflation target achievable in 2025.
The command and vision philosophy of both the Chief of Defense Staff, the Chief of Army Staff, and indeed all the service chiefs.
Welcome back. It is still Industry Focus, give you that which you need every Tuesday. All right, so let's jump straight up into our quote of the day. While our guest is getting ready, we need to update you so you get to know why it is important to make it happen. So, our quote of the day goes this way. It says, to be interested in food, but not in food processing is clearly absurd. I take it again. To be interested in food, but not in food production is clearly absurd. These are not my words, rather, words of Wendell Berry, one of the world's outstanding speakers, like we always know. All right, very quickly, let's jump straight up into our second segment, talking about retrospect. Let us throw you back a little bit, give a bit of history why agro-processing is important. All right, so it goes this way. Agro-processing in Nigeria has long, over time, created a lot of history for us to follow through, initially thriving in the post-independence era before declining due to reliance on crude oil. Now, it is a key focus on current government movement, where they created a lot of room. But as it stands, the efforts for economic diversification for food security is now very, very important. The sector is critical for reducing post-harvest losses and creating employment. Talking about more employability for those who want to be part of the agri-processing industry. But it still faces significant challenges, including inadequate infrastructure and, of course, inconsistent raw material supply. History knows and has made it very clear that in the earlier post-independence years, agriculture was the backbone of Nigerian economy, with a strong emphasis on cash crop like cocoa, granules, palm oil, which were processed to some extent before export. However, the discovery and subsequent boom of oil in 1970s led to significant shift in government focus and revenue sources. Agriculture has largely and always been second to oil, with food importation growing rapidly, leading to a decline in local processing capability and, of course, capacity, and a reliance on exporting of raw commodities. So there you have it, retrospect. So the question now is, how do we make it even better? So let's jump to our guest in the building. Most definitely, let me read out his profile so that we're able to have him on. Yes, our guest is someone who understands why agro-processing is key. Jackson Sunday, he's normally known as Iru Boss. He says that he knows everything when it comes to processing food, moving from the farm all the way to the factories and it coming out in a way that we can all enjoy it. So take it this way. Popularly known as Iru Boss, he's a visionary entrepreneur, agri-food innovator, and of course, cultural advocate who is dedicated in elevating African superfood. Most definitely, he believes in transforming the traditional West African ingredients into modern, way for us to enjoy food globally. We all know him, right? His level of competitive flow has given more reason for international world to source him out every now and then. All right, so our guest is standing by. Mr. Jackson Sunday, are you there with us?
Yes, I'm here with you. 100%.
You can hear us clearly? Great stuff. Fantastic, fantastic. All right. So very quickly, our viewers have been asking questions about agriculture, how they can come in, since it looks as if the oil sector, right, is beginning to become too saturated. So do we look back to agriculture, which is why this show was created, to be able to create, to give room and light for industries to come through. You are someone who is an agro-processing innovator. Am I right?
Yeah, very correct.
Can you hear us very clearly?
Yeah, I can hear you very clearly. I responded. I said, yeah, very clearly.
All right, great stuff. So our very first question to you, right, revolves around the value and opportunity. If you can hear us, value and opportunity question. So let us jump into this. Why is agro-processing so much more than just packaging foods, right? What is the real economic opportunity in turning our raw cassava into gari, for instance, right, starch or ethanol, compared to just selling it out there as a tuber?
Okay, good afternoon once again. First of all, I think I have to apologize. I'm just coming from an event, so I had to just stop by somewhere at a lounge to do this, so it might be a bit noisy. Pardon me for that. Okay, so jumping right straight into your question, I'll say thank you very much. First of all, I need us to understand that agro-processing is not packaging, okay? Please, can you hear me? Just want to be sure. Hello?
Yes, we can hear you clearly. Go ahead.
Oh, correct. Okay. So like I was saying, agro-processing, first of all, is not packaging. And I'm glad you used cassava. So let me start with cassava. You know, when you sell cassava, you actually earn once. But when you process that same cassava into gari, into flour, into starch, into ethanol, like you mentioned, into glucose syrup, you actually earn in multiple ways across multiple industry. Now, every time you move food from raw to processed, you don't only add value, you are actually unlocking industries. You know, I said across different industries. Now, every time you process, unlocking industry, like I just mentioned, gari, flour, it means you are unlocking a gari industry, you are unlocking a starch industry, you are unlocking an ethanol industry. So agro-processing is actually very key. Now, I need to quickly mention this. You know, Nigeria loses billions by exporting raw commodities and then importing the processed version. Well, I was going to say, make that make sense to me. You know, so agro-processing, actually creates a shelf-stable product. Shelf-stable product with longer lifespan, with bigger markets. You know, so processing actually transformed like Iru, where I'm championing cassava, tomato, grains, all of these things into branded consumer products. Let me give this quick example. You know, these are actually not the exact prices in the market, but it's what is obtainable in the market. This is it. Now, if you sell raw cassava, 1 kg is like 15 naira. And like I said, it's not the actual price, but exactly what's obtainable. Raw cassava, 1 kg is actually 15 naira. Gari, 1 kg is 500 naira. Industrial starch, 1 kg is actually 900 naira. Now, ethanol is 1,500 naira. You can see the value. Same cassava, different value. So, like I started, if you sell just cassava, you earn once, which is not a valuable use of what you have. But once you process all of these things, you get different products, and you make money across different sectors. Now, the last thing I'm going to say on this is that every time we process food, or whenever we process food, the same story is applicable in the Iru industry also. Every time we process raw food, we're actually activating its real economic power. So with this, I'm sure you understand that agro-processing is actually the real deal. Thank you.
I mean, I'm glad that you have this from the tip of your fingers and you're giving it to us as we need it. Interesting. So let's jump straight up to our second question. I mean, our viewers have taken their time to list out these questions, which I'm throwing and we are talking about. Okay, so this one here says job creation and SME question. I've understood that, you know, there's wealth to be created from multiple channels, like, you know, like you said, then you have the raw cassava, but let's talk about the jobs that can also be created too. So how does investing in processing plants create different kinds of jobs compared to farming alone, right? So what opportunities does it open for small and medium-sized business owners across the country?
Okay, thank you very much. So I'm even glad you're trying to compare agro-processing and farming. So let me just quickly clarify this. Farming actually gives you seasonal jobs, which I'm sure you already know and you already understand. But processing actually gives you year-round jobs. Now, let me mention some of the jobs created directly from agro-processing. We have things like machine operators. We have quality control technicians. We have warehouse staff. We have packaging specialists. We have food scientists. We have logistics and distribution. We have marketing. We have like retail sales. We have export and compliance officers. Now, well, that's like an entire workforce compared to just laborers from farming, you know. And all of these I've mentioned, actually, they are, like I said when I started, they are the direct job created from agro-processing. And that's just one part of it. Now, let's look at the SMEs, like you mentioned, because there are opportunities too for SMEs, courtesy agro processing. So we have things like transporters, we have input suppliers, we have like packaging suppliers, we have cold chain operators, we have retail vendors, we have digital marketers, we have private label brands, we even have e-commerce retailers. Now, I have a friend actually who is a packaging supplier. She churns out hundreds of packaging boxes, actually. That's what she does for different food brands. Churns out hundreds daily. So these are some of the opportunities created for SMEs and job directly from agro processing. Even in my small Iru operation, I've seen it, processing actually creates ripple effect opportunities for many SMEs.
You're hitting the nail on the head. You're making me almost want to jump into agro and then food processing itself, because I don't have the capital. All right, very quickly, because speaking about capital and those who want to jump into this, we already know that you face challenges in this business. It's an industry, and every industry needs financing to create jobs from it. At the end of the day, for it to add value to our GDP and grow the economy of the nation, which is a wonderful country called Nigeria. But so we want to know, what are the challenges, the main challenges and call to action? Okay, so what is the single biggest challenge holding back the agro-processing industry? Is it access to steady electricity? Is it financing for equipment, or maybe consistent raw material supply? And what needs to happen to overcome this?
Okay, so Mr. Valentine, I think you've actually said, you've answered the question, because those are the three things I'm actually thinking now, because I was going to say, in my opinion, there are three major obstacles. Like, these are the biggest challenges, and like you rightly mentioned, which is correct, you've mentioned the electricity, the financing, the raw material, So processing, starting with electricity, processing actually requires heat. It requires drying, it requires refrigeration, it requires machinery. And all of these cannot be achieved without the use of electricity. You and I know that we have very unstable and epileptic power source in this, our beloved country, Nigeria. Now, I'm just going to say that unstable power actually destroys the efficiency of agro-processing. The next, financing, like you mentioned, equipment are actually expensive. There are no two ways about it. Because we're talking dryers, we're talking grinders, we're talking boilers, we're talking sealers, even quality labs, to even start with, to get this right from the beginning. These facilities are actually expensive. And the sad part is, I'm going to say this not too loud, the sad part is banks don't understand agro-processing. Even investors, they prefer tech. And, there's so much noise around tech. They prefer tech because it scales faster. But agro-processing actually is what the nation actually needs to move for advancement, I would say. Quickly, the third one, raw materials. Okay. And the issue we have with raw materials is, quality actually varies by season. It varies by region. It varies by farmers' practices, So the only way we can curb this is to put structure in place, because without structure, factories actually cannot maintain that standard. And one of the posts I had on my LinkedIn, I actually put it there that Nigeria does not have a food processing problem. We actually have a food structuring problem. Maybe I'll stop there now.
All right, so Nigeria has a food processing problem, right? Is that what you said?
No. We don't have a food processing problem. We actually have a food structuring problem.
Okay, food structuring problem.
Yeah.
All right, great stuff. Boss, you're giving us all the points that we need. Those watching at home have really wanted to be able to see maybe they could start some small business as entrepreneurs in the agricultural sector, and of course, the processing sector, as the case may be. All this builds up the industry of agriculture. Great stuff, great stuff. We obviously are pressed of time, but even at that, we will still have to follow through. Okay. Recently we heard, and this is the deal or no deal segment now we are on, if you can hear me. Recently we heard that the Minister of Agriculture and Food Security, Senator Abubakar Kyari, right, has stated that private sector participation in the agricultural ecosystem will drive investment innovation. And of course, add a lot of value, so we need a lot of inclusive growth. Right? So the minister made this known during a courtesy visit by the Food and Agriculture Organization, FAO, right? Delegation led by Mr. Alexandro, right? This was sometime 4 or 5 days ago, or so, sometime this month, right? Now, they mentioned that the center in the West Central Africa holds at least great potential. So the minister now said, okay, that great stuff needs to happen very quickly, and the private sector needs to step up. So my question to you, boss, are you there?
Yes, I'm with you.
Yes. So the question now is, do you see this as a good deal for agro-processors and innovators like you, or do you see it as a setback? What do you think, a deal or no deal?
Well, if I have to be very honest, I think it's a good move, but if only the implementation matches the promise, because there's been a lot of promises, and I say that with all due respect, So private sector participation is actually that engine that drives motivation, that drives efficiency and scale in any modern agricultural system, So, of course, government cannot industrialize agriculture alone. So it needs all these sectors. So let me just, to save your time, because you mentioned your time, so I'll just say yes, it's actually a deal. But like I said, it becomes a game changer only when the commitment turns into action.
So much. We appreciate the time that you've given to us to break it down. We obviously see you as an industry captain in this space, agro-processing. Mr. Jackson Sunday, we've been talking to Mr. Jackson Sunday over there. I think he's in his site as one of the key processors. Boss, thank you again. We appreciate you.
Thank you so much. It's my pleasure.
All right, great stuff. All right, those watching at home now, if you want to get into agriculture or the processing business, you now know who to turn to, or you now know the tips that you should hold in your hands before you jump into such businesses. We are here to always help you, which is why Industry Focus every Tuesday comes your way, 12:30, with yours truly, Onyeka Valentine. Until next week, stay strong, keep your business running, let your industry never die. It is still Business Day Television. Don't go away.